I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey, and it is time for the most prestigious individual Carcassonne online tournament of the year, the 2025 Mind Sports Olympiad Grand Prix. We will be covering the entirety of the second half of day one, which should be between 4 and 5 hours, so buckle up for a dozen or so of high-level Carcassonne games. The games themselves are starting in about 8 minutes, and we will devote that 8 minutes to talk about the format of the tournament, and I just wanted to give you some background. I already see we have some supporters in the chat. Hi Carlos, hi Pedro, hi P-chan. So the way this works is that the tournament is open to everybody, and as a result, there are quite a lot of participants. So as you can see, there are over 150 participants in this qualifying tournament, which is about to happen now. And then there was also a tournament this morning with a slightly lower number of participants, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. So probably around 200 participants overall. And at the end, only one winner. So the way this works, in the morning, all of these players played a qualifier of 7 rounds, your usual Swiss type system tournament. Then everybody with 6 victories or more, and these were, if you just scroll down, 8 people over here. And you can also see myself there. Everybody with 6 wins out of 7 got to play another little playoff round until only 4 remain. So I think these, well, actually we're going to just look over here. So these were the top 8 players from the first qualifier. Some familiar names there. I'm going to introduce the players a little bit later. And then they needed to play a little playoffs, just one best of 3 match. And after that, only 4 players remain. And those will have qualified for tomorrow's big playoff tournament, which is a separate tournament, a separate day. What we're covering right now is the second qualifier, the evening qualifier. The reason why there are 2 of these qualifying tournaments is because of the time zones. So the first tournament was starting at 9 UTC, so that favors Europeans and everybody who's in East Asia. And now the tournament, which starting at 7 p.m. UTC, favors again Europeans, but this time also everybody who's in the Western Hemisphere, so that we truly have as an international participation as possible. Now, here is the second tournament that's about to start. I just want to look through some of the players here, some quite familiar names, some newer names as well. It's going to work the same. We're going to see 7 rounds in the Swiss system. Everybody who has 6 wins or more will qualify for a mini playoffs today, and then this mini playoffs we're also going to cover right after, until only 4 players remain who are going to play tomorrow. Now back to this. The only reason why this tournament is actually possible is because I was fortunate enough to qualify from the first qualifier, getting the required 6 wins, and then managing to defeat Guilherme Neves of Portugal with a screen named Glovier in the mini playoff. So then this means that I don't have to play today, and I am quite excited about that, not only because I get to play in the playoff, but because then we get to cover this. Now, some of the players. Let's just have a look at some of the players. No, before we're going to have a look at some of the players, I actually want to also make some plans. So because there are 150 players, obviously I won't be able to cover many games, or everybody's games, but I will try to cover as many as possible. So each round I will be focusing on up to 3 games, and I will focus on 3 types of players. I will focus on like famous players or those with high ratings. I will focus on tight matchups, I will also try to prioritize Latvian players, not only because I want to root for my teammates, but also because they're really strong players, and Latvia happens to be one of the 2 countries, alongside Portugal, who had a Mind Sports Olympiad gold medalist more than once. But in addition to that, you can influence what we're going to cover, so do let us know in the chat if there are any particular countries or players whom you would like to watch. Most of the time, I will try to cover players who are still in contention, so the tournament is quite difficult because you need to get 6 out of 7 wins, means that everybody who wants to qualify can afford a maximum of 1 loss. So as soon as somebody has 2 losses, then they can no longer qualify. So we'll be mostly looking at the top tables, but to mix it up, maybe for the first couple of rounds, we can see if some of the less familiar or the lower rated players can also surprise us. Also, please be advised that I'm streaming this with a delay, so I won't be able to react to your messages as quickly as I normally would. It is going to take a couple of minutes, but I will still be checking the chat. All right. Hi, Andres. Hi, Glavir. Hi, Helga, and thank you for the congratulations. Hi, Nahim, saying the most hectic, stressful, and painful days today. Well, pretty much. So the format is actually not only tests your Carcassonne skills, but also endurance. Because imagine if for somebody who played in the morning qualifier, got 6 out of 7 wins, then lost in a tight match in their mini playoffs, so this means already that they played 10 games, then the same type of scenario can occur today, because everybody who lost in the first qualifier is allowed to try and play in the second. So then up to 20 games of Carcassonne a person can play today, which is just unimaginable. Well, I mean, it is imaginable because somebody was going to do it, but it's really, really a lot, and it's quite exhausting. Even after the morning tournament, I felt quite tired, like also not only mentally, but also physically. Like my shoulders felt like after a workout. And then tomorrow there's another day for the top 8. That's going to be the playoffs, which for obvious reasons I won't be able to cover, but I am planning to make some recap videos of my own games. So at least there is going to be some sort of Mind Sports Olympiad playoff related content. And then tomorrow, well, we're going to talk about the format more tomorrow, but long story short, up to 9 games is what could happen on the path of the future gold medalist. Right, so the tournament should be starting in 1 minute or so. And it is now precisely 1900 UTC. Now, because of a large number of participants, it typically takes a couple of minutes for the tournament system to generate the pairings. So we're just going to look through some of these players. So a lot of big names here: Nahim, Otto Ikonen of Finland, reigning silver medalist of the Mind Sports Olympiad Grand Prix, and the player with the highest current and peak rating amongst everybody in the field. MTU, captain of the Polish national team, also incredibly strong with a peak rating in their 800s, I believe. Maran, the 2019 world champion and the 2022 Mind Sports Olympiad winner. Ishan Malhotra, the highest rated, or the second highest rated member of the British national team, a strong British master, and also incidentally a former Scrabble champion of India. Yaroslav Harasimenko, I believe, lawyer who was in the top 8 last Mind Sports Olympiad. Japanese master Pyro. Here we have Christna, that is Krishkautis, the reigning gold medalist of the Mind Sports Olympiads. the Vladimir Chendev. We have here someone you know. This is, of course, the 2016 world champion. Several former champions in the field. Matt Tucker here, 2023 world champion. Senglar, that's Dani Angelat's reigning world champion. And as you can see, I keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and they're all still players above an expert rating. So it's an absolutely packed field here. Alrighty, so I think the pairing should have been generated by now. Wait, this is the wrong tournament. Let me just shut this off, yeah? This one, let me keep this tab. So, where are the pairings? Okay, I think the pairings have been generated. And let's look at some interesting games. Okay, this is interesting. So, my fellow teammate and former, well, not former, but reigning gold medalist is playing against a expert from Taiwan. I also happened to play him, both of these players actually in the morning qualifier. Oh, here's a battle of two Brazilians. That could be pretty interesting. I'm gonna just open several games. Also notice that the Mind Sports Olympiad, like 5 or 6 time pentamide champion. So the winner across all possible board games. Patrick Bekenot versus Michael Zolotuhin should be pretty interesting. I'm just trying to look for even matchups. Okay, let me just scroll a little bit down quite quickly. If there's a particular pairing that strikes your attention, then do let me know. But I am going to start with Christna because he has a pretty interesting opponent. Let me just see if there's anything. Okay, Siegfried Hotly. So the 2024 runner-up of the World Championship against the 2022 runner-up of the World Championship. This should be pretty interesting. Then this also high-level matchup. Someone you know, game over. Really high-level matchup. And I think that should be it. So of course I'm going to start with Christna here. Hi Viet. Hi Hugo. Congratulations in qualifying, by the way. Yeah, Portugal is doing very, very well. So we definitely have to cover at least one Latvian player and at least one Portuguese player. So what are we having here? Christna with his traditional red meeples already spent 6 of them in just a couple of minutes, as he often does. Typically, of course, these are good investments, and for the most part, these meeples seem to be reasonably placed. The Taiwanese player with the screen name Aiba 11 plays the green meeples, which he also did against me this morning. This should be illegal according to me, and according to the organizers of the World Championship, because these meeples are harder to spot. And in this position, we see a slight advantage for the player with the green meeples. He has more stuff on the scoreboard, although a lovely monastery here for Christna to score 5 points. But an already completed monastery for Aiba and a city in the making. So let's see if Christna manages to block it somewhat. And actually, this will be very interesting to see which move he makes. So he's done already 13 points on the scoreboard. And he can either go over here and take 2 points and keep scoring. So this would be the equity move. He could also go here, I guess, and just take 2 points and try to put pressure on against this square, maybe trying to block Green's road. Or he could go over here and sacrifice the 2 points just because that city would be so annoying if it gets finished. Now, this is not a complete block. There are still 2 dagger tiles remaining to fit in that square, but this is a significant restriction that delays this city by long enough so that red can build here and here over in the future and block this city. This would also mean that red would be blocking his own monastery, but that, of course, would not be a big deal. He would be blocking 1 meeple of himself and 1 meeple of his opponent for a neutral meeple count overall. And this monastery was also not that close to completion anyway. Now, the scoreboard, of course, is a problem, and so is the meeple count. So the Taiwanese player is now attacking the field of red, and because red has only one meeple, he can't really re-attack. And the main issue for red is just this road over here. Well, I presume that when this meeple was spent here, it was done for a reason, but it will actually be a bit tricky to get that meeple out, because what's going to happen is that if red places a tile over here, a curve to connect the two roads and get himself the majority, then this will expose the blocking square over here. And like this will expose the square, it can be easily blocked, and now actually Aiba is trying to block it anyway. So let's see how red responds. I have a particular idea in mind, especially given the fact that red is a little bit behind. But basically the decision he has to make. He can either leave this alone and just simply build his city, or go over here, maybe start some sort of another field, or just build up his monastery efficiently, so he can ignore that. Or he can go here straight away and restrict the square himself, but make sure that he restricts it towards a road monastery, of which there's still one remaining in the deck, and then hope for that coin flip. So then what the Latvian player needs to do is calculate, first of all, the probability, like what is more likely to occur, him getting a couple of curves and the road end before his opponent manages to block, or him just drawing the one road monastery. And I completely agree with the Latvian's decision here, especially since he's behind on the scoreboard. He has to play riskier for sure, not only because of the probabilities, but also because of the total expected value, so that's probability times impact. So if he does happen to win that coin flip, then the impact is that he gets a meeple back plus 9 extra points for the monastery and probably plus 4 extra for this city, which he has set up. And of course, 7 points for this road. So if he does get that tile, then actually the Latvian's position is suddenly not so bad. So minus 17 on the scoreboard at the moment, but let's try this. 7 for the road, plus 4 for the city, plus 9 for the monastery. This is overall a 22-point setup. And if that works, then red is right back in the game. So from green perspective, what green wants to do, he just wants to make sure that he can use his temporary meeple advantage to get himself some goodies. For example, maybe securing a majority on the field, maybe picking up some quick points which red cannot afford. But at the moment, it is red who is picking up the quick points and also opening a threat of blocking green's meeple on the city, something that green cannot defend, at least not do so directly. He's probably considering going over here, or with a different rotation. He's trying to basically limit the number of tiles that fit into the square, so that's a common way of defending an indirect defense. Instead of getting a tile that secures the square, you just block the blocking square. Christna has a variety of ways to respond to this. He could just take 3 points, for example, or take 2 points next to his monastery. He could continue his city, which is also a sneaky threat. So this city over here is not close to completion by any means. And I think red's plans are just to make it a ruin. But cities like this can use later in the game. For example, as red is further behind, then red can try and gamble a little bit and then try actually completing that city. So I expect red to keep that city flexible for a rather long time. Another thing that red did, he took 2 points over here, partially blocking the square. Now there's only one horse tile that fits over here, one triple city with the road. And he's either hoping to win another coin flip, so for example, he could just draw that tile, or if green draws that tile, then red will be able to invade that city with one of his newly recovered meeples from either the left or from the right. Christna with a very interesting move here, building up his city/ruin. I'm not sure what to make of it. Maybe I would have preferred a tile placement over here. So he's building it in a way that does not allow easy invasions, which makes me believe that he gives some value to it. So maybe he will be trying to complete it later, but then what this move also did, it makes sure that it's not particularly close to completion. Actually, it will need 5 more tiles to fit into that square. And a lot of these types of tiles have already gone out. For example, I can see that 6 out of 8 big tiles, triple or quadruple cities, are already on the board, so there's only 2 remaining. But then to complete the city, you actually only need 1 cow. And there's 1 of those remaining. So it's a fair assumption that you could get one in the future. In the meantime, red is trying to deal with green's threats of green potentially completing his city here. Green, in the meantime, invades red's city/ruin, trying to share all these 9 points. And as Christna, it's not exactly obvious what do you do here. Do you actually try and invade right now? And you spend a meeple just to make sure that you don't lose in case your opponent gets this horse. So maybe in his position he can't afford necessarily doing stuff like this, and maybe he has to gamble and hope that he's going to get the horse himself and deny green these sort of points. But if you look at the position overall, this is something that I would be very reluctant to do as the Latvian. And this is why he's spending so much time on this. Because in the position, we already have 1 crucial coin flip, the Road Monastery. The chances of us winning 2 coin flips is only 25%. And it could be so that both of these coin flips would be necessary for us to win. It's not a great position to be in. So he makes a move with which I quite deeply disagree. Although maybe not. I think I see an idea behind this move. I first of all noticed that this guy has not connected just yet. And then maybe he was trying to block that square a little bit. He's also trying to build up his monastery and maybe leave a city, which he's a bit more likely to pick up. Now also know that this square is partially restricted. He could maybe move on and block that later. But a move that I preferred for Christna, and I still prefer for him now, I mean, I don't really like this one bit, was actually a move to go over here at the bottom. So let me just show you for a second. So the move I would have liked with either of these tiles is just going over here and restricting that square. Because all 3 umbrella tiles have gone out, and so have 3 starting tiles. So in fact, if you place a tile like this, there's only 1 tile to fit into that square, which would make sure that if Aiba needs 2 unique tiles to finish his city, it's only a 25% chance. Plus, after this sort of restriction, we can go over here with a couple of roads and block this completely. But I think I get his idea. One thing that I didn't notice, I mean, I should not have doubted my teammate. The one thing that I also didn't notice is the fact that 3 daggers have gone out. So in fact, the starting tile is the only city cap that fits into the square. So my move would not really be helping Christna, it will be helping Aiba. And as Christna, what you want to do actually is place a straight line here, and that would kill off the square completely. So Christna is in a good position. Now, he also drew one of the left-handed daggers, the ones that fit over here, leaving only 1 tile that fits into green city over here. And he has a variety of good uses for the dagger himself. Wise Maze is saying that the pairings in the first round of a Swiss system tourney are just ludicrous. Yeah, so the problem with this is that they're quite random. So the way the Swiss system works is that for every subsequent round, players with an equal number of victories are paired. So then players of a similar skill level or similar tournament position are playing, so for making for close matches as possible. In most mine sports, Carcassonne included by the way, the first round pairings are made according to ratings. So something like if there are 20 players, then the highest rated person is playing the 11th person, the second is playing the 12th, and so on. So to make their, sort of to minimize the difference a little bit. But on Board Game Arena, it is completely random, and there's a bit of that luck of the draw. So you could get yourself a very strong opponent, and sometimes it is unfortunate that on the first round you can, like, you know, the former champion and the former vice champion can meet each other. That can happen. But yeah, it's something, of course, that would be nice to avoid, but it is how it is. You know, that's part of the luck of the draw. I remember that in the year when I won silver in Azul in the same event, in Mind Sports Olympiad, I actually started my first round against Chiba, a Japanese player who I think won in 2024, by the way, or came second in 2024. I don't remember, but he played in the finals of 2024 for sure. So an incredibly strong player. And at the time, we were like number 2 and number 4 seeds by ELO or something like this. So it was just like completely ridiculous. But it is what it is. So players have exchanged a couple of moves. Aiba has successfully connected to Krish's ruin, which can no longer be re-invaded. There's no way to invade the square because the quadruple city has gone out. And what else? So Christna's trying to build up his monastery and chose to meeple that road, which was a bit of an interesting choice, and that immediately was used by Aiba to try and save his city a little bit. So still hoping for the last starting tile that fits into the square, or if he doesn't get the starting tile, then at the very least Red's meeple will also be blocked. And now we see that even though Christna managed to block this here guy, so there's no tile that fits into this square, the final dagger was drawn by Aiba for a 14-point city and a field invasion without giving Christna immediately a monastery meeple back. And also Christna now in a bit of a difficult position. He's 30 points behind, which would have not have been that of a big deal, but I really don't like the fact that he has only one meeple. Actually, I really don't like the meeple on this road now, because he needs a second meeple for one particular reason. He needs to drop a farmer over here ASAP. And then the tile that he's already hoping for, the road monastery, will have double impact. So then he will get 9 points, get his road meeple back, and connect into the main field. And with that, he can actually win. He's not like that far behind because he has a lot of stuff on the board, like 16 points over here, which only puts him at minus 13, 12 points, 3 for the road, 9 for the monastery, plus the 15 points for the field actually would put him ahead. And Red is quite fortunate because Aiba now drew a tile which he cannot use to meeple the field. Christna now with a fantastic tile and leave this open correctly. And Aiba gets his horse tile, which is not great news for Christna in one sense, but in another sense it's a great news. Even though Green gets 6 points with this tile by prolonging his city, and he's now contemplating whether he wants to place a meeple on the road, this means that this is still a tile with which he can't farm. So Christna should be now hoping for something like a curve and not use the curve to meeple the monastery, but instead just go over here somewhere and drop that farmer. Because the nice thing about this farm is that it's pretty closed. So if Christna manages to draw a farmer to invade, chances are Aiba won't be able to reinvade. So Christna does get his road monastery, which is fantastic, but if only he could have dropped a farmer before that, that would have been so much better. So maybe that meeple on the road is what prevented him from doing so. But maybe he can invade the farmer later or not. Aiba is the first one to invade the farm. And now Christna will just be trying to save his bacon somehow. I mean, how do you save yourself against this invasion? Because you also need to not only save yourself against the invasion, but find some sort of re-invasion spot yourself. And now I start wondering, is it actually time to start playing increasingly risky moves? So I have a particular one in mind, but I need to first point out that this city will not be completed because Christna drew the last starting tile. And now let's see how we're doing for points. So 9 on the scoreboard for Taiwan. Red, 4 for the roads and 3 for the city, so that's 8. 8 for the monastery, that's 0. The thing is that Aiba has stuff over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10 points behind is Christna plus the field. But his chance now is to drop 2 farmers somehow. Aiba successfully invades, and this is where Christna needs to do some massive tile counting. Especially counting city tiles, because I'm wondering if an invasion over here is possible. I do see that no Doritos or no splitters are remaining, but how are we doing for vanilla city caps? And 1 vanilla city cap is in fact remaining. So we could go over here and hope for a vanilla city cap. But then we also need to plan in just 2 minutes of time, how can we invade with another farmer? Because 1 invasion is not enough. I don't understand that move. Maybe that's a tilt move or something. Maybe Christna's thinking that there's still a quadruple city tile left. Maybe he's tired after the morning qualifier. Maybe, okay, I get this move. Okay, I get this move, actually. It's not for the sake of invading the city. It's for the sake of creating a field attacking platform over here. And also I start wondering if I miscounted the vanillas. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Again, I should have never doubted my teammate. I should have never doubted my teammate. I'm sorry, Krish. All the vanilla city caps have gone out, so my invasion that I suggested would not have worked. And Red tried pretty much the best thing that he could try, which is invade over here, which is something that I was actually thinking of doing with this here tile. Yeah, maybe that was better. Maybe to do that invasion a little bit earlier. So let's see if that would have been enough. Then he would have invaded, he would have successfully covered up. Yeah, that's quite unfortunate to start the evening tournament with a loss, but Christna has come back from worse. All he needs to do now is win 6 games in a row, of which he's perfectly capable. Aiba now scores 3 points. Yeah, actually, no. I think for the most part, Christna played really well and was precise in his endgame. So, again, like this move, it looks like a city invasion, and that was my instinct at first. I thought, well, but no. It's just to score 3 points and create this field attacking platform. But at that time, Red was already lost. So Red needed just to figure out how to drop 2 farmers, and I think like the way to go, at least what my intuition told me, was to actually drop this farmer earlier. And well, there's several reasons for this. First of all, because at that time there were still a few city plus road tiles, city plus field tiles, and city plus field tiles cannot be used here as blocking tiles. Second, if at that time green were to draw something like a curve, then green would actually have a difficult choice whether to invade himself or block red. And he might block red anyway, but then he would not been able to invade himself, still allowing red for a chance to win. But yeah, a rough game for the Latvian. So maybe that was the one thing that we could have done a little bit earlier. I'm not sure if that would have even worked. Maybe the other move was just leaving that road open. I think that's trying to be unnecessarily efficient, although I see some ideas behind this move as well, just because it was so important to get ourselves a farmer before green, and because of that temporary but quite a long meeple advantage for the Taiwanese player, he managed to exploit that positionally and in the end win a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 city field worth 15 points, which is basically all the difference in the game. So, of course, the difference is more than that, it's 24 points, but the other 9 points simply come from the point sacrifices that Christna made trying to invade the field. Well, anyway, I'm pretty sure that Chris will be able to continue fighting, but quite the upset here, so something that all our Taiwanese fans would need to be happy about. So, how we're doing for other games. Night Realm defeated Mejuto 148 in the Battle of Brazilians. This is actually a player from their Young Talents project, a really strong, I think, master in the making. MTU defeated Sergio Antolines with a screen named Dremkar, who happened to be the one of the semi-finalists, and he featured in a Nahim's video. Although maybe not for the reason that he would have liked. This was not to praise his deep run, but just to commemorate one blunder that he made. Edgar Townsend, the player from the Chilean national team, defeated the twice world champion legend of the game Pantelis Litsardopoulos with the screen name Dark Passenger 84. So for the Greek player who also played in the morning qualifier and actually scored 5 out of 7, so very close to qualifying, will now also need to have quite the uphill climb. Here the Hungarian player Josef Tihon defeated Min Wei Chen. So the most recent world championship runner-up defeated the 2022 championship runner-up. Another, I'm going to say on the slight upset, Bogdan Kurkan, who is currently the 3rd place holder at the World Championship, defeated 2016 world champion and one of the best players in the world, Vladimir Kovalev. Vladimir also played this morning and also scored 5 out of 7. So again, an uphill climb for the former world champion, whereas Bogdan must be feeling very good about himself. Let me just refresh the page and see if there's some other games left in progress. I don't think this will be the case. Well, this one's in progress. Given the fact that Christna spent almost all his time. So let me just see. Yeah, all these players have been finished. Claudio Jorquera of Chile is still playing. So just these 3 games. So I'm not familiar with these players, so somebody new. Yamayama BGA of Japan. We know that all Japanese players are strong. The joke is that they are born with 500 ELO. And I assume that the only reason this... Yeah, you see their ELO is under 100. And the only way you can have an ELO under 100 on this website is by just not playing enough games. So they must have just made a Board Game Arena account exclusively for this tournament. So this could be a very strong player. And Neutral's a member of the Malaysian national team, as you could see by the Malaysian-themed meeple in their profile. And the more experienced, or at least the more experienced player online does appear to prevail here, as they finish a 10-point road and drop a farmer in this 3-point enclosed field, which was their highest scoring move. Will that be enough in order to win? It should be. So the field in the center is tied. At first I thought that green had the majority on it, which would probably put green ahead, given how big the field is, but it's not a majority. The field is tied, and a first win here for the Malaysian. Oh, hi, Nico, and also thanks for sharing that little bit that Vladimir lost against Bogdan Korkan in the World Championship this year as well. So it was a continuation of a rivalry. Hi, Ivan. Yes, we will showcase a Mexican player. So here, Zebra 1-0-0 off against a French player with a musical screen name. Is about 40 points ahead and probably should convert this, even if they actively try to lose. There are just simply not enough tiles to do anything. We can also see that green is ahead on the field. My, like, how do you make this happen? I mean, sometimes, of course, there are these plus 50, plus 70 games, even in very high-level tournaments, and with high-level players as well. So looks like Sol Farami, who's also new to the website by his rating. Oh no, he won't be getting, or they won't be getting any tournament points. It is Mr. or Ms. Zebra here. So I want to see the points counted. Just in the meantime, we see that Claudio Jorquera defeats an opponent who's new to the website. So what is the score difference? Show me that onslaught. And this is before the field, like 22 points. And the field is something like 30. Oh, it's shared. I must have missed a red meeple somewhere. Oh, no. This little meeple is not part of the big field. I mean, it has a 12-point field on its own, so that's kind of nice. Yeah, so not such a big score difference, really. I've seen more. Only 34. Well, anyway, congratulations to Mr. or Ms. Zebra. And this should leave us good to go for round 2. So the pairings must have been generated by now. So what are we having? Ale Rosario. Oh, Lawyer versus Brzitva could be interesting. Nari versus Helga could be interesting. Oscaridis Glavier, Spain versus Portugal could be interesting. Siegfried Pyro would be immensely interesting to master level players. So we can show them. Game Over, who apparently is in good shape, playing against the young talent from Brazil. UI Scuti, that's the former world champion as well, Tomasz Preuss, against Daniel Ayala of Mexico. Oh, right. Yeah, so we could watch that, actually. But it will be quite a difficult matchup for Daniel Ayala because Tomasz is one of the best players in the world. So whom else could we? Oh, Bexeman and Rory could be actually really interesting. And that'll be a closer matchup, I think, between Marco Rivas and Patrick Beckenot. Also interesting that both of them competed in the same World Championship in 2023. Marco came 5th and Patrick came 3rd. I think we're watching that one. Let's see, what else are we having? Spichan 19's playing. Sporter, former gold medalist of the Mind Sports Olympiad in 2020, which was also the inaugural year for the online event. Before that, of course, the Mind Sports Olympiad was going on in person. My teammate here, the other high-rated teammate, Napai, playing against the Belgian player with the screen name Gina. Wait. Yeah, so these are our options. And then, you know, I think for the first couple of rounds, it should be enough. Although Senglar Sparkle Horsey is pretty interesting. Well, Christna will now have a chance to climb back a little bit as they're all playing a newer player. So, let's start actually. Let's start with this, and then if the game is one-sided, we will be looking at one eye with both of these games. Okay, this is actually pretty interesting, but this one looks where Manarori is about to get quite a big advantage, or maybe not. Okay, this is actually very interesting. So, Marco, with the black meeples, has 0 points but 2 monasteries. He was about to complete a wonderful city over here and the 2 monasteries, but this block over here by Patrick is actually quite devastating. So maybe this is not what our Mexican fans were hoping for. Certainly what our Dutch fans were hoping for. But I know one thing that our Mexican fans are hoping for is this starting tile, which is still existent in the deck. There's one of those. It could be quite a wait. And let's see how Marco manages his meeple minority. So, for example, he could start by fighting for the city over here. Let's see if he does that. I think that must have been a miss here by Marco. Like, the way you win positions with a meeple minority like this. First of all, you need to realize from Black's perspective, even if your opponent draws the starting tile, you just don't panic. Because your position is not that bad. These monasteries are scoring already 16 points. And this meeple over here is only a couple of points worth more than this. So Marco is getting his meeples blocked, and I think, yeah, a couple of opportunities here by the Mexican, missed opportunities by the Mexican player, because there was a way out of this situation. Now it seems like Patrick should be winning this most of the time. So first of all, with this move over here, I mean, now players are about to make natural moves, but with this move over here, Red should have absolutely started fighting for this triple city. Because in these positions where you have fewer meeples, if you can get yourself like a little advantage on the scoreboard, that scoreboard advantage plus the monasteries are very often enough to compensate all the fields that your opponent is going to build with his meeple majority in the future. Second, with this tile over here, it was another like quite a severe strategic mistake. Well, first of all, he had a way of actually bailing out of the situation. So with this square, with nothing touched here, the problem that Black had was not just that square alone. It was also the fact that his road was a bit frozen. You see, from Black's perspective, so let's say if he built his road, then as soon as he built his road, this creates a blocking platform against this square. So basically what he has to do, he has to keep this meeple here, hope to get a starting tile, and only then he can continue the road. Or he can continue this road, roll the dice, and then allow yellow to block this square completely with a suitable tile. But something interesting happened. With this move over here, a couple of moves ago, yellow went over here starting a new city, which makes a lot of sense, and opened the platform to block that square completely. And then with this tile over here, Black had the perfect opportunity to do so many things. He could have gone over here, indirectly protecting this square, making it much harder to block, and then also leaving himself the option to draw one of the 4 crossroad tiles that would have finished his top road and then protected this square as well. So there were many potential upsides. But then also with this move, he's sort of starting a field fight with a meeple minority, really not something that you want to be doing with a meeple minority. And so I think some crucial misses here by Marco as a result of his speed, really. But what we see later, by the way, no, I want to keep talking about this. Another thing about this move is that it's covered up this road, which is not necessarily a good thing, because since this road was frozen at that end, it was in Black's interest to actually keep this road open a bit longer so that he could have continued over here. And yet I'm saying all these things. And whilst I'm saying all these things, Marco is just crushing this position. How is that possible? That's completely beyond me. Like, after this move over here, like, yellow should be winning this position 90% of the time. Just because, like, that meeple situation is kind of tough. Yet, now what happened, apparently now Marco blocked everything. And he's the one with the meeple majority. Like, this meeple's blocked, this monastery is basically blocked, this city is semi-blocked. And now the Mexican is probably cruising to his first win. Like, how ridiculous is that? Also, again, that move, also super interesting. Marco really not afraid to place his penultimate meeple and get that blocked. It's also super likely to get blocked. We can see that actually Patrick made it so that it's half blocked. There's only one tile that fits into the square. Then then yellow can go over here. Make sure that nothing fits into this square. Again, as Black, I would have just gone over here, gotten myself a road meeple back and a meeple advantage. But on the other hand, since yellow failed to restrict that square, yellow is now just kind of chasing that city around, and that city is still live. There's still one tile that fits into the square, and they could be two Dorito tiles still that fit here quite nicely. In the meantime, Patrick managed to defend his monastery. Both players are playing incredibly fast, and now yellow has chances. That's a great move by yellow. He's pre-building a road. You see, he knows that there's still one dagger tile available that fits into the square, which will not only give him one city point, it will give him one monastery and a meeple back, but it will also give him the ability to meeple this ginormous road. And if you're Bexy, what you're actually hoping for is something like a crossroad tile, which allows you to go over here and and sort of cover up that road in advance. So that when you draw the dagger, then you get not only the road for a gazillion points, and a gazillion is 10 precisely, but for closed position, 10 is a gazillion. Then you also get a meeple back instantly. Mana Rory, with the crossroads, trying to do a little blocking, I'm not sure why. Bexy now with some splitter tiles. Well, probably can just get 1 point. No, his idea is better. Well, the coin flip has been won by Mana Rory, which means that yellow will not be completing his city, but yellow will be completing a different city over here for like 4 points. At least that's something. Yeah, this dagger tile needs to be drawn very soon by yellow, but I doubt that's going to be enough. Just red has black has too much stuff on the board at a 9-point field, and he will just be cruising towards victory in what was a quite difficult position. So 4 points for Marco. Patrick tries hard to score a city, and that's a good attempt. You can also see how fast-paced this game is, but he will be losing this one, and losing this one hard. Also note, by the way, that this tile was drawn by the Dutch player, so this city will not be completed, but it will get a solid 10 points. So a great effort in that regard. Mana Rory finishes with this tile over here, which he now will use, annoyingly, to finish yellow's monastery and meeple this road himself. It is his highest scoring move. Yeah, it's... will result in just a massacre. Well, anyway, that was fun to watch. I honestly thought that at first that Marco had a big advantage and then that Patrick had a big advantage, but then suddenly Black just took over, and I'm really not sure how he managed to just block all yellow's meeples like it's nothing. Because let's say, like, if this meeple comes back for 6 points, this meeple comes back for 6 points, yellow has 2 meeples extra, like, that's it. Yellow's just building a big farm, building cities left and right, and there's nothing that Black can do, but Black somehow managed to pull this off. Because the players were playing so fast, I didn't see like exactly what was going on. Maybe there was just some fortunate draws. Maybe Marco pulled himself together. Maybe Patrick got a little bit complacent. Maybe overestimating the value of his position after this block was completed, and maybe he could have built those cities a little bit safer. I doubt that this is the case. Yes, I try to be a bit better with colors. I can't explain psychologically why this happens. Just, by the way, like, I'm not actually colorblind. Like, I can see the difference between red and yellow pretty clearly. But yet I misspeak all the time. I call yellow red and I call red yellow. Although there's like a bit of a, maybe there's a bit of a theory behind there, because it's interesting to look at color words in languages. And the word for red is like a very primary word. So for example, it is possible for a language not to have a word for yellow, but to have a word for red. But across all words languages, it is not possible for a language to have a word for yellow without having a word for red. So red is sort of like more important in that way. But anyway, less about languages, more about Carcassonne. So actually that's a good thing that we got to witness a quick game, because this means that we can still observe how my teammate is doing. And there are 17 tiles remaining, and the position for Giannis is not looking that great, at least on the scoreboard. But do we have something to compensate for it? And yes, we do. So this field in the center belongs completely and utterly to the player with the blue meeples, and that is Napai. That field has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cities. That's 21 points. Yeah, so Giannis is doing great. He has the longer road, although it is about to get connected with Green's road. Blue monastery, red. Oh dear lordy. Green monastery, that's a wash. Green does happen to have a 9-point field over here. But Giannis has a 6-point road over here. Like, this is an unclear position. So I believe that if Blue manages to preserve both his majorities, the advantage on this longer road, and prevent it from being connected with Gina's 3-point road. Gina, by the way, that's Nicolas Victor, who happens to be former Belgian national champion. And yeah, what could he do? I guess he could invade the field somehow, but what he needs to decide is whether it needs to be done. I think the field is a bit too big to ignore. So an obvious move that springs to mind and he must be considering is just like going over here, starting a new city, trying to drop a farmer. But the thing that we got to think about before deciding whether to play a move like this is, first of all, yeah, and he goes for it, is how likely it is for it to actually happen. Because with any road tile, Giannis could just go over here and block the field invasion platform. It just so happens that the tile that Blue has in hand is a city plus road tile, which does not fit into the square. Which is one of the factors before you make a decision whether to start a project like this. if there are lots of city plus road tiles, it's a great time to start an endeavor like this, because then you know that your opponent might not be able to thwart your efforts. And now, I don't know what do you do as the player with the blue meeples, because this threat is really, really severe. And I think he might have to do something like really, really creative. So first of all, I don't think we can just do a normal scoring move. Like going for a 4-point road does not do really much for the winning probability. So I guess the main question is, do we address this threat right now? Or do we hope that our opponent does not get a city cap on the next move? And then we can address this threat later. So in order to make that decision, you got to really count up the number of remaining city caps and just see how likely it is for Gina to finish the city and drop a farmer on his next move. So we have 2 vanilla city caps. And wait, we have no starting tiles. We have no umbrellas. We have 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 dagger. And what a move here by Giannis. I was considering something like this. So he adds 2 points to Gina's city just to prevent the exact tile that Nicholas has in hand. I mean, you look at this move and like tell me it's not genius. Like, you hate to be adding points to your opponent's features, but if the threat is that severe, then you do what you have to do. The downside of that move is, of course, the extra points that you gave to your opponent's city, and also the fact that now the field is vulnerable. There is this platform now over here, which also puts Giannis in a difficult position. So if he doesn't address this threat, then with any road tile, road plus city, road plus field, green can go over here and attack the field. And the question is, given the fact that green has just got an extra 8 points on the scoreboard and they're 23 points ahead, is it crazy for us to go over here and drop a 3rd insurance farmer? And he goes for it just because he really resents the idea of Gina being able to drop a farmer there himself. Now, it just turns out that Gina did not have a tile in hand that goes there. I mean, technically it goes there, but this farmer would be horrible because it actually covers up one of the invasion opportunities. But Blue must have decided that the field is big enough that it is the game-deciding feature, that if he just keeps control, that he's going to win. I don't think that is actually the case. I mean, it might be the case, but the field alone is not enough. In addition to the field, Giannis would absolutely need to get a meeple back, and the only place where he can realistically get a meeple back is this road over here. One road then was just drawn by Gina, which is not great news for all of our Latvian fans, which should be the majority of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 1 crossroads remaining. And okay, still 1 more horse after this. This is also something that Napai must have considered. 3 quick points for Gina. Giannis now with a Dorito tile. He's now trying to score points indirectly. He's trying to finish a shared city, which would give him a meeple back, as long as a meeple back to green. But you know, like 2 meeples, 3 meeples, not really that big of a difference at this stage of the game. And then, of course, the completion of the city would give him 3 extra field points. Green, in the meantime, with another crossroads, which not only further denies Blue this road, but it also scores 3 points and a monastery and a meeple back. But Giannis with a scoring tile, finally, he's going to get a meeple back. And he really should not be spending any more time. He should be making this move instantly, given the fact that he only has 2 minutes and 20 seconds on his clock. Gina with another scoring tile. Now completely denying the road meeple back to blue. I presume he's going to be going the fieldless route and just scoring 3 points over here. So what does... I mean, I really doubt that he's going to do anything else. I think before you do that, although as green, you kind of need to count points and see if you can afford to win without the field. But I think I'm not really surprising anybody who has played Carcassonne for a couple of years by saying that the answer to this is probably yes. Well, let's double check this. So 38 points is the difference on the scoreboard. Oh, this is fantastic news for Giannis. Green is about to try and mess this up. Green is trying to attack the field. Not something that I think he should be doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The field is 27 points. 27 is less than 38. Okay, actually, maybe I'd be wrong. Am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong. Okay, this is interesting. So, Gina has 38 plus 9 points over here. That's 47, right? Giannis has 27 on the field, 3 here. That's 30. Ah, and then he also has this extra road. Hey, actually, Giannis is ahead. Isn't that interesting? And note how Giannis chose not to connect the farms. He figured that he could do this later. And then he just decided that he wants to block the connection of the long road. Now he gets into the field. So he has a 3-1 majority. And now Gina will probably need to drop another farmer, but will he be able to really invade with 2 meeples? Also note that Giannis is the starting player, which means that currently he will have an odd number of moves, and Gina has an even number of moves available after this. So Giannis has a statistical advantage. Yeah, Gina doesn't even bother. He just meeples a ruin. But Napai is just going to get himself 7 points and then be happy with it. And again, he should do that real quick because he will be having a 3-1 majority, and Nicholas will not be able to reinvade with 2 meeples because there's not enough tiles. So I think blue should have this. "44 seconds. There's no need to count anything. There's a 3-1 majority. It's impossible to lose the field. Just take the 7 points, please. Well, also we need to realize that actually time controls are difficult and players are nervous, and they're also, some of them are exhausted from the morning. Yes, finally the 7 points, but the spending of the 40 seconds really made me nervous here. No, I think this was actually thinking. I don't know if there was any particular issue. So he kind of, I guess, tried to count the tiles and stuff. Now again, probably, if this is where you think, like, do you need to invade or not? No, you don't. Because there was also a chance for blue to maybe invade this 9-point field. He figures that he doesn't have to. We're gonna find out who won in just a second, but it's really close. After these 7 points, I think it is blue, but I think if had green just taken Oh yeah, beautiful, beautiful. So Giannis does get to score 4 points and eats up this meeple towards the end. So that was actually an extremely precise game from Giannis. So before taking these 7 points, he was counting all the tiles, and that's how he was able to make all the rest of the move quickly. So the adventurous time management does pay off, and a great victory for Giannis here. So we're going to see what the scoreboard difference is in a second. So was it actually worth for Gina to be dropping his farmer here? 33 points for the field, which only wins the game by 5 points. So great win for Giannis, and I'm afraid that I was right. I think Nicholas here sadly messed up a winning position in a classic way. If only he were just to score 3 quick points, this would have accomplished several purposes. First of all, no meeple wasted. Then you get the same 3 points. Moreover, Green ended up not getting the 3 points because his meeple got eaten up. Moreover, this gave back a road for Napai to use, so it helped him score 4 points. Moreover, Gina had 1 meeple fewer to spend. Moreover, this move forced Giannis to connect to the field with a city cap, and this caused him to score 7 points as well. Had he not tried to invade, Giannis, of course, would not even have dreamt. Well, actually, no, he would have just dropped the city cap over here, right? Well, not necessarily. It would have been a much trickier decision with the city cap, actually. So maybe this is not necessarily the case. Yeah, but then definitely he would have gotten more than 5 points. Now, granted, this does not mean that Nicholas would have won, because Giannis still had this idea, if he saw that, of going to the left and invading through a curve. So there was an idea for Blue to potentially score easy 9 points. But actually Blue, in time trouble, ended up not seeing that idea anyway, because you see, the most precise sequence was actually to go over here and win the game by 1 more point. So on his last 2 moves, Giannis got 1 point here, 4 points for the road, and 3 points for eating up this farmer of Green. So that's 8. But here, he would have gotten guaranteed 9. If he just goes over here, drops a farmer, because the last 2 tiles were both curves, which of course is difficult to know for sure with only 6 seconds remaining on your clock. But then if you know that, then you know that an invasion is guaranteed, and so you're guaranteed to make 9, which is 1 more point. But given the fact that Blue did not see this idea in time trouble, maybe it's possible that they would not have seen that idea later on, or, maybe not drawn a tile for invasion. So some really great moves from my teammate here, really preserving that field, and some very difficult move to make. First of all, adding a point to your opponent's city just to deny them the invasion platform. Then, with a wonderful tile that could have been used to give himself 1 point and a road meeple back, he had the discipline to drop his last meeple just to preserve that supermajority on the field. Then slowly building up whilst Green was drawing all the cool crossroads and scoring. Then Blue was going over here and building up the extra 3 points, so much needed for the victory. Then later on, blocking the road connection over here, and just many highly necessary things. Also note that with this move, Blue could have gone over here as well and blocked the road connection, so it was also a very difficult decision. So I really hope that Giannis does very well in the remainder of the tournament, and that Gina manages to mentally recover from this loss and maybe try and win some other games. Alrighty? Oh, that's fun. So look at this. Senglar of Catalonia, that's the reigning world champion, defeated Sparkle Horsey of Peru via a tie. So that's the new tiebreaker implemented on Board Game Arena a few months ago. The score is the same, but because Senglar went second and they had one fewer tile to play as a result, they are awarded the win. Sporter asserting his 2020 title, defeating the Portuguese master Tanya Yu. I believe she has already crossed the 700 threshold. Incidentally, also Ukraine, I think at the moment happens to be the country with the most Carcassonne masters. All right. Oh, thank you. I already see some match suggestions. Hi, Girappa. So, what else? UI Scuti, that's Tomasz Preuss defeated Daniel Ayala by just 5 points. Hopefully Daniel manages to mentally recover from this. And we have an upset here as the young talent from Brazil stops the strong performance streak of Bogdan Korkan today. Still, if only Bogdan wins 5 games in a row, he will qualify. Pyro defeated Siegfried by just 3 points. Of course, Pyro ran out of time, but in this tournament format, you actually don't lose the game for running out of time, as long as it's not too many seconds. And Oscaridis managed to defeat Glovir by 30 points. Glovir is having a really rough day today. He played actually really well and managed to almost qualify. Then he got the 6 wins, but then in the duel against me, I got some quite really the nice tile draw. So there's really not much that Glovir could have done in that match. So let's see if they can manage to qualify regardless. Helga wins against Nari. Helga, by the way, Swedish player. They were in the top 8 last year. Let's see if they can manage to refeed their feet. And at this point, we should be starting our 3rd round. And I see a matchup suggestion in the chat. I'm just going to open everybody who looks interesting. Nahim against Complex VNH is something that we have to watch, I think. Although Vineria, that's the 2023 gold medalist. Jorimeya could be interesting. Herciu Oscaridis, Argentina could be quite interesting. And then what else? Girappa, that's the 2022 world champion, playing against Diogo Antunes of Portugal. Yeah, this is the one we're going to watch at first. Oh, the battle of 2 Mexican players. We have to see that for a second. Manarore against Pichan. Ukraine versus Chile could also be interesting. The battle of 2 masters. Japan against Czechia. And Sporter against Pronom Feble, that's Nuria Casanovas of Catalonia. England against Croatia should also be quite fun. Let me just scroll down a little bit more. Patrick Bekenote against Christna should be pretty interesting. This also means that Christna must have won his round 2 game if he got paired with Patrick. This should be interesting as well. And so should this. Yeah, these tables already, everybody who has one loss, for them it's already battle for survival. Alrighty, so let's have a look at what first. Of course, I want to watch Nahim a little bit. Playing against Complex VNA. Oh yeah, obviously another Mexican player. But it's not only because they're Mexican, they actually Or happens to be, well, they are one of the strongest Mexican players. They're also well known as a streamer in Spanish on their Twitch channel and have quite deep knowledge about the game and some other Carcassonne games. And most notably, I think they're my favorite contribution of Complex VNH, that's Elias Mochan of Mexico, to the international Carcassonne scene is his newly invented Carcassonne variant, which is sometimes called either Mochan Carcassonne or, as I like to call it, just Mochancassonne. It's sort of a hybrid between Patchwork and Carcassonne. It's a bit too long to explain, but basically all the tiles are face up from the start of the game. And with certain limitations, you actually get to choose your next tile, and you also get to influence what your opponent's tile is going to be. So it's a really different game, and it has a lot of strategic depth to it, and it has gotten very, very positive reviews. So, what are we having here? Well, we're having here that the Mexican player has quite the advantage. It's a difficult position for Nahim already, as he's down 22 points on the scoreboard. Although I would not count the Finn out yet. With his over 10,000 games of experience and all the ratings and titles and everything that he has, one quality that allows him to stay on top for a long time is grit. So he's really good at looking for low probabilities opportunities that still give him a chance to win in desperate positions. And actually this position is not really that close to desperate. He's just at a disadvantage. Like that all there's to it. And the way he wins this is, well, there are several options. First of all, let's just assess the position. Like 22 points for Complex. That's and a couple of extra meeples. Nahim has a blocked monastery for 8 points, but it dominates this blocked farmer of Elias for 3 points. Red now drops another farmer and tries to block Nahim City, which is, I think, the main focus of this game. So Nahim has this lovely city. Or not lovely, it will depend on the development. Now, this monastery almost equals this monastery, so when it comes to monasteries, it's a bit of a wash. Don't meeple anything in Nahim, I think. Or maybe do. Yeah, he's thinking about this. It's not the easy decision. So first of all, now the advantage for the Mexican player is obvious, but Nahim has this city. And I think his long-term plan is to just blatantly complete the city. Which is why Elias tried to block it, which is why Nahim sacrificed a scoring tile and potentially multiple points in order to save it. Know that there's still 3 daggers that fit into that square. There's also a 4-point road set up, which would benefit Red's monastery as well. And Red is really thinking here, because now that the square is safe, there's an 88% chance of a tile being drawn there. The top of the city actually also looks pretty safe because of these road pieces next to it. It really limits the number of blocking or invasion tiles that Red could put over here to make Green's city-dwelling life a bit difficult. And even if Red manages to successfully invade, he will need to find a platform to invade with one more meeple to equalize the city. So I think his best route is to try and block. But then how exactly does he do that? And I think this move is his strongest option. It is, of course, counterintuitive. He gives points to Nahim. It is something that you hate to be doing. Okay, he's playing with fire. He had the chance to block the city over here. So note that there are no starting tiles remaining. So he could have gone over here and blocked the city completely. Now Nahim manages to save it. Now there are tiles that fit into this square. Will the greed of the Mexican do him in or not? He's now trying to open more blocking platforms. Nahim with the road monastery. He can't really defend this city. So I guess we just go over here for 6 points. I'm pretty sure that he's gonna do that. But also, like, I'm not necessarily sure if blocking was correct. I actually had to face a similar decision against Helga of Norway earlier. Although in my position, my lead was a bit greater, so it wasn't like that big of a deal. I had two of my opponent's meeples almost trapped in a like very similar situation to what green is experiencing right now, but they still technically had outs to complete the city. So I had a tile which could block the cities completely, but that tile was so good, I could use it to score 8 points for a city, get a meeple back, and like get 3 extra points for a farm, so all that good stuff. And so I decided to delay the blocking. Of course my opponent drew a defense. Of course they drew all the tiles to complete their city. Yeah, so that can sometimes happen with blocking. Now here, if Elias were to prioritize blocking, I'm not sure necessarily that would have worked so well, because then maybe Nahim has some other comeback routes without completing this city. Although now that I look at this, blocking did seem to be the way to go. Know that Nahim city is live, and this move was very, very smart. I think, like, regardless of what happens next, I need to talk about this move a lot. So this position with the city is pretty tricky. Green drew a tile, which fits into the square quite nicely, but the issue is that green can't place it into that square, because green would be finishing red's monastery with that whilst continuing his own city and not necessarily completing his own city. And because previously Elias had exposed a blocking platform against this square, green decided to take 4 points over here, also indirectly protecting this square, then delaying and hoping to draw one of more of these dagger tiles a little bit later. And now look what Nahim is doing. He's now protecting his other city square, but Complex now finally manages to complete the block, and this city will no longer be finished. But it will score a lot of points. It could score a bit extra if this road is scored, and there's still only one dagger that fits into that square. And if green draws it, then green at least gets to deny one meeple to red. But of course, if red draws it, that would be not only good for them, but also that would inflict some emotional damage on green. Because imagine, like, I get a tile that fits into your city and I'm gonna put it into your city, but it benefits only me because I get a meeple back and you don't. So how does green try and win this? The answer might be he doesn't. But how about we start with 6 points, 4 points? And I think I see the idea here. Both players exchange quick points. So the plan is maybe build up some monasteries? Well, Nahim does draw the last dagger, which probably goes over here to continue his monasteries. Of course, he will not liberate the meeple of Complex, because he would not be helping his own city, because his city has been blocked at the top. He does, in fact, go for this move. Elias now drops another farmer at the same time, blocking this square completely. That's actually really smart, because there are no vanilla city tiles that are left for this square. And this farmer scores already 6 points, plus there is one more city cap for some extra. Elias blocks potential invasions into his biggest field of 12 points. Actually, it looks just incredibly grim for green, because the main field of red is worth 12 points, and the only possible way to invade that field, well, not the only, but is actually through here, through this square, where there's already a second red farmer. It's still possible to invade, because there are quite a lot of curves remaining. It's possible to go over here, drop a farmer like this, and invade over here. But look at Elias's move. It's actually very smart. So he could have taken 4 points for the city cap. And now he allows Nahim to score for the city cap. But he decided to score 3 points whilst also giving 1 point to Green City. So he's netted only 2 points. And actually this move cost him even a little bit more. But this is done with the purpose of uniting his top and bottom field without losing any points, to make sure that Nahim cannot invade. I mean, he can invade if he wants to, but that would be burning his meeple, because he needs 2 meeples in the field in order to equalize it. And with that, Elias has clinched this game, I believe. 25 points on the scoreboard. Field control should do it, even though around 15 points in the city, plus the monastery, plus the road, it's just not enough to account for the scoring onslaught. Yeah, so great technique from Elias, actually. Maybe being a little bit risky, leaving that city open for a little bit too long, but I would have also been tempted to recover my monastery meeple as soon as possible. Actually, in hindsight, that will probably be the only imprecision of the Mexican player, and the rest he just played with clinical precision. Well, let's witness the last couple of tiles in the game, or maybe let's come back to this later. Let's just look at some other positions. So Mana Rory, one of the fastest players in this tournament, is on a roll, already defeating Pchat 19, who still has a chance to qualify, but now they cannot afford another loss. The Ukrainian master Yaroslav Hersemenko with the screen name Lawyer has defeated Hector Arce of Chile. The game between Posij and Pyro, the two masters, is going on. And on the scoreboard, at the very least, the advantage is in favor of the Czech player. Okay, we're going to come back to that game a little bit later. This is way too interesting. And look at that, in an equalish position, Green, that's Posij, runs away with a 16-point city, now has a 23-point lead on the scoreboard. Let's just see if Red has something to show for it. So this and this farmer cancel each other out. This city by Red is possible still to get completed. Nope, all 6 daggers have gone out, so there's nothing that fits into this square. Incidentally, nothing that fits into this square. So actually, look at this lovely symmetry. It's quite a common situation, but Green Monastery next to our 4-point Red City, blocked towards a dagger. Red Monastery next to Green City, blocks towards a dagger. So these are completely symmetrical things here in this position. And the one thing that Red does have going for him is the control of his 12-point field. 1, 2, 3, 4 cities completed, 2 red meeples on it. Moreover, Red probably wants to do something like this and this, and expand the field to 6 completed cities, bringing in these 2 cities in. He would, of course, be bringing these 2 farmers for a 2 versus 3 majority instead of 2 versus 1. And he's now covering up invasion spots to this field. And actually, he has a real chance in this game. So let's say if he manages to unify these fields, the field will score 18. He's now only 20 points behind, so he will be just 2 points behind. No, but the Czech player has an extra meeple. Like, I don't think you come back from this. No, you don't. Like, all he needs to do is just ignore the field. I guess the one way how you can lose the game as Posse is just make a mistake. And the one way how you can win as red is induce a mistake. Or you could hope that you draw every single scoring tile remaining. And there are not a lot of those remaining. Okay, so Posse invests a meeple for 4 points, which is a fair investment. I mean, it's still possible to finish this 6-point road and get a meeple back and something. He now goes the route of unifying all the fields. Well, actually, temporarily, he only brings green. So now the fields are equal, but of course, on his next move, or the move after, red has 2 routes of invasion into the field, and he will be using one of those. Posse, he can just score. Probably going over here for a 6-point farm makes sense. Or over here. The only thing that doesn't make sense is to become desperate and like start looking for field invasion platforms. If the field were 30 points, that would be a different question, but an 18-point field is something that the Czech player can absolutely withstand, and at his level he must know it, even with only 2.5 minutes on his clock. In the meantime, we can check the final score from Nahim. Yeah, we can see 40-point win for Complex VNH. Nahim now with 1 loss, so they cannot afford to lose any more games if they want to repeat their 2024 deep run until the silver medal. Elias, still all the chances to qualify, and some good chances. Yeah, Posse just discard the tile, basically. Pyro, probably looking to score something, but what exactly? We can't really productively meeple this 4-point ruin, or can we? He decides simply to prevent field invasions, not that he would have to. And actually, you know what? If I'm Pyro, based on the situation, I don't think I'm trying to block field invasions. I actually want to leave a couple of marginal field invasion platforms available just to induce a mistake from my opponent. As red, I want green to fight for the field. I want them to drop a 0-point farmer instead of a 6-point farmer over here. Because then my plan is they fail to invade, they get 0 points, and I get 6 points. And then I win. But maybe we're going to have a different way of scoring 6 points. So we can see that green does not bite. Green does not care about the field. Instead, they care about the smaller field of 6 points, which should be just enough to outround Pyro. But Pyro now with a 6-point city, and I'm wondering, are there city caps that would allow the completion of this city? So we know that there are no daggers remaining. And I can see that all 3 butterflies are on the board. But how are we doing for starting tiles? I can see 1, I can see 2, I can see 3, I can see 4. So there is not really anything that could help him complete this. Yeah, and Posse just keeps scoring. Beautifully played by the Czech player, really just leaving no chances for the poor Japanese master. So this move not only scored a 5-point road, but it denied the scoring opportunity for Pyro. Because with a sequence of curve plus crossroads, by the way, one of which Pyro has in hand, he would have been able to score a 6 point to get a meeple back, and then maybe on his last move, meeple a 6-point farm and like win by 1 point or something. Pussy makes a move which is just discarding a city cap, I guess. Well, Pyro probably has to meeple the 6-point field now. It's not that we have many other options, and he does exactly that. Pussy. With the city cap tile, probably wants to discard it somewhere safe. Maybe just don't discard it on red city. And with that, the checkmaster will be demonstrating how you hold on to a lead. Well, 2 extra points for Pyro for this little city over here. Not gonna be enough. And actually, interesting that only a couple of points is the difference. Really not a lot of points. Wait, did the Czech player even win? Because I noticed that the last couple of moves gave Pyro 8. Yeah, he did. 1 point. Man, it was close, but still, it was all calculated. I'm pretty sure it was calculated by Pussy. Like, sometimes in these positions, the game looks close, but the lead is actually not attainable. And if you think about this, Pyro got pretty much all the best tiles. He got a crossroads to score. He got a farming tile. And he got himself 2 extra points for the ruin. That's like about the best that he could have drawn. And Pussy did not draw a single road tile to continue his roads. So despite the worst of luck in the endgame, Green still held on to a lead of 1 point. Like, this is what precision means at that level. And also, like, you have to have really nerves of steel to calculate and just see that you're winning with 1 point in all or most scenarios and just go with 100% win. Because what if you're wrong? What if you miscounted by 1 point? Then you'd be losing, but no. Yeah, what a performance here from Pussy. Pyro, though, with just 1 loss, still chances to qualify. Pronom Feble defeats the 2020 Mind Sports Olympiad gold medalist Ricardo Araújo of Portugal. An upset here from the Croatian expert Filip Buhinicek against Ishan Malhotra of the United Kingdom. Patrick Beckenote defeats my teammate by 1 point, and with that, sadly, early on, Krish Couches is eliminated from the tournament, so now officially we will have a new Mind Sports Olympiad gold medalist. At least new compared to last year. Could it be Patrick? Maybe. We'll find out. They have already 1 loss, so they cannot afford any more losses. In other news, Devaka of Ukraine won against David Mezdompi of Belgium. Tanya of Ukraine defeated Bogdan Kurkan and eliminated him from the tournament completely. So quite the menace who defeated the 2016 world champion will sadly be eliminated early on, but Tanya still clings to her hopes alive. Gina still can qualify after defeating Sergio Antolines of Colombia. And this also means that the journey is over for Sergio, so he will not be able to repeat his 4th place finish, I believe. At least not this year. Diogo Antunes wins against the 2022 2022 world champion Arpad Gere. And Chris Tucker, the 2024 UK champion and the brother of the 2023 world champion Matt Tucker, defeats Rosario of Argentina by 10 points. Oscaridis of Spain is on a roll, defeating Hertu of Argentina just by 2 points. Leo da Vinci, that's Rui Costa of Portugal, defeats the 2023 Mind Sports Olympiad gold medalist Jorge Meya with a screen name Vineria. We do have, well, I wasn't, like, if you look at the ratings, this is not necessarily an upset, but like, former title is certainly something to be faired of, so I think it's fair to call it an upset. Alrighty, so we will be moving on to round 4. If there are any particularly interesting matchups, do let me know. I just want to, first of all, have a look at the standings real quick. So we can see, no, there's still many players on 3 victories. And some of them are newer players and familiar to me. You might even watch some of those, actually. Oh, Statmat Helga is so interesting. It's so interesting. Pronom Feble MTU is unbelievably interesting. Yeah, Possi Nitral. Although we just saw Possi, maybe not. Manarori versus Diogo Antunes. Manarori is still on 3 out of 3. Like, one of the things about Marco is that they have an unbelievably strong tournament psychology. Like, the way they manage to put themselves together, I've noticed that their tournament performances are like so much stronger than the casual game performances, both in person and online. Well, UI Scuti versus Nahim, super interesting. This is basically the battle for elimination. I think we have to have a look at that one. Claudio Jorquera versus Speedkey could be a bit interesting. Nazario 77 also could be interesting to watch because he was one of amongst of the 8 players with 6 victories or more. He just lost the mini playoffs against Weismays of Germany 2-0. So not only did he lose the first qualifier, but he actually got more tired because he had to play 2 extra games. Let's see if that impacts their performance here. Volker Ramirez against Picha 19 of Mexico. That should be pretty interesting. Me Got No Skill of Australia, 4th place finisher from 2021 against Gina. And then I believe here we already have games for people who are out of contention. Wait, is Giannis out of contention? No. Or are the players not numbered? But I thought he won against Gina. Well, this is not great news. Alrighty. Yeah, I actually didn't find a matchup with... Wait, can we just go back and find a matchup with a newer player, maybe? Is there... So who's playing on the top tables who has 3 points? Well, actually, that should be pretty interesting. Kelvin Gabriel of Brazil versus somebody with whom I'm not familiar. From Ukraine. I've played with them at some casual games. Alright, that should be enough. Okay, this should be incredibly interesting. Statmat versus Helga. Although it should take ages, so maybe let's just do a quick description of the position. Matt with a slight advantage. But Helga with a monastery. So, okay, 4 points for Matt and his yellow meeples. A lovely 6-point road continuing. And now he's probably going to add points to it further. Or no! He chooses to start putting pressure against Helga's city. And the Swede will probably complete that city, although you never know. Actually, I wonder if completing that city is a priority. Because, yeah, that's why he decides not even to go there. Because... the safety of this meeple does not matter as long as it's tied together with the fate of this yellow meeple. Although, there are some situations how maybe the squares around this square get more restricted. And then Matt draws something like the shieldless horse, goes over here, gets his road meeple back without giving a meeple back to Helga. So that's something the Swede will have to watch out for. Now a scoring tile for red, probably looking to do something like this, 3 points over here. But instead he might choose to block, but I'm actually quite impressed that he finds the stronger counterintuitive move. So he scores 4 points, 3 for the road, 1 for the monastery. But the placement of the road is super, super precise, and I'll tell you why. First of all, normally you would want to turn this curve outward to prevent yourself a monastery spot. And also to make sure that your monastery is not vulnerable to a block. Maybe a city tile over here could be pretty damaging. But Helga recognizes 2 things. First of all, the safety of this monastery does not matter, because it is likely to get blocked anyway together with Matt's city in this square. And as long as one square next to the monastery is blocked, then all the other ones stop mattering. Second, you actually really don't want to be pointing this road over here, because this gives Matt a chance to build a 5-point road like this through Helga's city. So what Helga really, really wants to do is to draw something like this, or a starting tile, and go over here at some point, releasing his city from its captivity without doing anything favorable for Matt's road. What a fun move from red! That's very creative. Okay, what a game, what a game. So look at what this does. Another counterintuitive decision. So like normally what you want to do is whenever your opponent has a little city next to a monastery, you block that little city so that you together with your monastery or whatever. So you lose a meeple for 8 points and your opponent loses a meeple for 1 point or for 2 points. But I think the greedy Swede is trying to have his cake and eat it too. Because he's now starting to block this square off Yellow's city. And I think he's planning to draw 1 dagger, go over here, finish his monastery, drop a farmer, or maybe start this 4-point road, whilst still denying Matt a city. Because this square is now blocked. And the precise geometry of this is also super interesting. Yeah, we can see that he's now trying to block the square completely, but even if he didn't, just by drawing one of his dagger tile, you happen to draw one of Matt's outs for this square. Yeah, because the way this works is that the same tile is needed here and here. So this move by Helga wasn't even necessary, actually. So Matt now starts another city, whilst also exposing an attacking platform against red, and finally, after such precise game, red here strikes with the first mistake of the game, with the first real mistake of the game, the attempt makes sense. Of course you want to be finishing your city, but of course you want to be finishing your city from the other side. You see, the problem with this move is that it allows for many more invasion tiles into the city compared to this. It ends up not mattering because red draws back-to-back Dorito tiles anyway, so it doesn't necessarily matter in which order you place them. But imagine, had he drawn this tile 1 move later, Stat Matt would have gone over here in a heartbeat, either invading this city with, by the way, not just 1 but maybe even 2 meeples like this through the bottom, or just blocking the square later. So the first serious imprecision from the Swede ends up not costing them. And they now drop a farmer. Actually, really strong farmer, 9 points, and another city cap. And also favorable meeple situation as well, and they're protecting this monastery, because we can see that Matt now is trying to block this square of red's monastery, So like both players are trying to play around this mini battle over here, trying to really swindle this out. So they're saying, no, I'm finishing my feature without letting you finish yours. And the other playing saying, no, I'm doing this to you. So they're like really trying to mess with each other in that way. And this is the type of position that Matt absolutely thrives in. And whenever we play, like, this is how we end up. I mean, not only me, by the way, but like most players, just both players end up with like one meeple blocked. No, like 6 meeples blocked, 1 meeple in hand, and then it's just like a tight game of chicken or whatever you're gonna call it. Like chicken about who's going to drop their last meeple on the farm something and lose all their meeples. Well, Matt is going to draw his first meeple on the farm, and I don't think he will be losing all of his meeples anytime soon, as both players had a healthy 3 or 4 meeples. So a lot can still happen in this game. This farmer makes all the sense in the world, and both players are equipped to have a good field fight. Note about this move over here by Red. That's actually pretty interesting. So Red was not in a hurry to finish his city. And I think that's because, again, it's tied together to Yellow's meeple, so it's not that important to get this meeple back. And by getting 4 points for this city cap, he was actually setting up some attacks against this guy, potentially. And I'll start a new city on the left. Matt might invade, might not. Actually, that's not the easiest decision for Matt. Because if you invade, then this exposes this blocking platform against this square. And if this square is blocked, then this farmer is suffering. But if you don't invade, Helga gets a Dorito and then covers up his city and maybe gets himself like 14, 16 points. Which would put him in the lead. So no move without concessions available here. Let's see how Matt solved this conundrum. In the meantime, let's check how the Polish master is doing against the Catalan master. And on the scoreboard, Catalonia is doing pretty well. And there are only 16 tiles remaining, so this game should be finishing sometime soon. Sheesh, look at that vertical map. I can't even zoom out of that properly. So what do we have? 19 extra points for Noria. I mean, it's such a vertical map, like I can barely see anything in full screen. I'm not sure about y'all. Oh. So what are we having? 2 monasteries for red. And 2 ruins for MTU, which roughly cancel each other out. MTU with a farmer, but Noria is about to invade. 2 4-point road about to happen. And some extra teeny tiny field for Noria, although I wouldn't call them teeny tiny. 12 points over here and 6 points over here. And not easy ways to invade this. So it seems to me that Noria's got this, actually. There's really not all that much that the Pole can do here. Well, maybe he could swindle an invasion at the top. Because I see there's one road Dorito available. And maybe like on the last move we go over here, drop a farmer on the outside of a curve, and then poof, jump in over there. Instead, he just finishes the 4-point road, starts a new city, which also is actually quite good for him, because the plan is not just to complete the city, but to drop a farmer upon completion and at least reconquer that 12-point field from Noria. And this is exactly what happens. The not so great news for MTU is the fact that there are no tiles that fit into the square because all 4 monasteries have been used up. But the purpose of this farmer, that's not a miscount, of course. The Polish master is above that. He's just trying to invade through back-to-back tiles through the left. Thank you, Wisemates, for the interesting news that UI Scooty just conceded against Nahim. This is not something that we see in tournaments that often. I generally have the philosophy of never conceding, even if I'm down like -50. Not only because of some sports interest, but also because there's always that equity of, you know, winning on time or something. But when we play 14 games, 14 high-level games per day, that is maybe a way to save some brain cells. Nori is trying to shape the board in a favorable way, possibly preparing for herself a field connection platform. Actually, she just wants to go over here, drop a farmer, and equalize this guy. So given that in the lead, she's really trying to control the situation. I mean, she has 4 minutes. I think she got it. MTU now scoring. Pronom gets a city tile. Actually, even better, she's just going to go over here and block off this farmer completely. I'm sure she sees that idea, but it's not obvious how you do that exactly. Actually, this move might be even better. But it just really depends a lot on the remaining tiles. Yeah, she decides that this is enough. Now, in theory, of course, there are ways of going here, 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 here. If they are indeed 5 tiles to build around a 6-point city and still go like this, but with only 5 moves remaining, I don't think it's realistically possible. So a win for the Catalan player as the result of this field block. But now let's go back to our main game of the round. Helga with a city cap, starting a new city cap and stuff. So what do we see? Ultimately, Matt chose to postpone the invasion of Helga's city until this moment. So that should be quite a win for Yellow, as he managed to equalize a city where Red had already invested a couple of valuable tiles. Red also now needs to worry about his field, because Matt already drew 2 farmers, and they're really good farmers because this guy's connecting through a straight line and it's unblockable, and there's still 3 straight lines that fit into that square. And Statman is now nastily trying to block that square a little bit. So I think his plan, if he can, is to invade over here and then to somehow deny this meeple entry into the field. And now we have an unbelievably interesting decision for Helga, and it's not so unbelievable anymore. He simply invades the city. But it was not obvious at all, because this was the last dagger available in the deck. So this means that there's nothing that fits into the square anymore, nothing that fits into the square anymore. And from Helga's perspective, he could have actually tried going over here, giving 1 point to Yellow and 1 point to himself, and still hope for the last starting tile that would give him a Monastery meeple back and 3 points. He could have still gone over here and taken himself 4 points for the city, even though Matt would probably eventually finish his road. At least with that temporary meeple majority, maybe Helga could have done something. For example, one thing that Helga could do in theory is go over here and meeple this road with this Rondin, making sure that when Matt connects to the field, he's forced to go here and give a meeple back to Helga. And of course, a 5-point road is not to be sneezed at in a close game like this. In a close game like this. But also in a closed game like this. Because in closed positions, it's harder to find scoring opportunities. Therefore, the value of every single point, and the value of quick points in particular, is higher. But Helga did none of that, because with a large or the relatively large number of city tiles available in the deck, and with this tile still not here, Matt was actually threatening to go over here and cover up all possible invasion squares. And then if he were to run away with this 14 points or 16 point city rather, that would have been pretty much game over. So note how both players are trying to keep the situation balanced and to avoid the disaster scenario. And actually, the Swede is pretty much ahead. So 3 points over here for Helga. Now he manages to equalize at the top, which is a move which is undoubtedly going to follow. It will open up a reinvasion platform, but since both opponents have only one meeple, it's actually not a big deal. So let's say if yellow were to get desperate and go over here, then red can immediately either reinvade or block. And in fact, blocking would be the options because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So all 8 triple or quadruple city tiles have gone out, which means that if you go over here and try to draw a Dorito to invade, well, first of all, we're kind of running short on Doritos. There are only 3 of those remaining, and all of them are field Doritos. So which means that if you were to invade, any row tile sticking in here would be a block because there are no row Doritos, or any city tile sticking in here like this would be a block because there are no triple cities. So this is pretty much safe for almost the rest of the game, unless we have like a very skewed tile run out, where imagine this situation. There are 5 tiles remaining in the deck. 1 vanilla city cap, 2 straight lines, 2 row Doritos, which is a run out which is absolutely still possible. So then one of the players, let's say Matt, because he's behind, draws a city cap and tries to invade the city. In that case, the invasion is actually super safe because it's impossible to block with a straight line, and you still have 2 tiles in order to connect, which gives you, at that stage of the game, a 5 in 6 chance of connection. So this motif is actually completely doable. Helga now also manages to score himself an 8-point city, and with that, Matt is going to have a really hard time here. But still some chances to win. Helga now with another good tile decides to score a 3-point road, 1 point for the monastery. Really, the scoring tiles must help, and this 8-point city could absolutely be decisive. Matt had a chance to maybe indirectly protect his city a little bit, but he now really needs to think about his win plan, because I think the plan for Matt to come back, as unlikely as it is to try and obviously finish his city, be only slightly behind on the scoreboard, and then do one of the 2 things. So maybe you can draw a couple of crossroads to score a 5-point road here and a 4-point road here. Well, not now. You see, as Matt, you need to draw the city cap first and the crossroads later. This actually has to be quite painful for the Brit. Instead, he just takes out that option so that simply Helga doesn't score. So Helga will be scoring, of course, but he'll be scoring 2 instead of 4. So a good move here by Matt. So the plan is either to finish the city and get quick points, which is still an option. Like, he can still get the 5 points here. And then he can invade something. Well, that is... Okay, Helga, this is unnecessary. Like, this is a way to lose the game, I think. Okay, actually, I'm a bit too soon to criticize, no? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... No, I'm not too soon to criticize. You know what? Why? Because from Helga's perspective, given the fact that there were still 2 city caps remaining, or maybe more. Okay, 2 city caps remaining, eh? Then it's still possible that Matt would go here, finish a city, which he did, and then immediately draw another city cap, which still is available, to go over here and score 8 points and be right back in this game. You really don't want to do that, increase the variance. I know that sort of Helga is like pre-building the city for himself, because this is something that you can typically do when your opponent has no meeples. But with so few city caps remaining, all this does is just opens a pathway for your opponent back into the game, something that you really don't want to be doing. And wait, am I miscounting city caps or what? I don't get why Helga is not blocking this. I mean, he's ahead. Okay, I reckon that there's one more of those daggers. What am I missing? I don't think I'm missing anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there is one more dagger to grab points over here. And Matt grabs the points. Yeah, I mean, so you see, like, instead of scoring 2 points for a road, Helga scores -8. That's a 10-point swing. Moreover, I mean, Helga's still ahead, of course, but not by much. And this puts Matt within striking distance. Although how exactly do we strike from this distance is not actually abundantly clear. But we're going to see that in a second. So what the situation is at the moment, everything's tied, the cities are tied, the field is tied, the scoreboard is tied. This monastery scores 8 points, this road is scoring 1 point, the city scoring 2, this road is scoring 2. So 5 points overall is the lead of Helga. Helga drops a farmer. For 6 points, Helga's ahead 11 points. And I don't think that Matt has now the option to score 11. So I think he was trying to set up a field invasion. And that's a way to score 15. Because there are 5 cities completed on the field. But it just so happens that Matt does not get the right tile. So he would need to draw something like a curve over here plus a straight line over here. So this sort of invasion. Let's see what are the last 2 tiles there. I mean, there must be straight roads or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 straight road. Yeah, and the best that Matt can do is monastery. Helga with a straight road really won't be doing much here. I'm not sure what the last tile is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it was just a crossroads. So wait, does that mean that Matt had some sort of winning chance? Well, not with these exact tile runouts. But if Matt were to get, let's say, this tile a little bit earlier, then maybe it would give him a bit more time to actually set up some sort of field invasion. So really unnecessarily risky from the Swedish player here, giving away an 8-point city like this, just trying to be greedy, but in the end, simply not enough tiles remaining in the deck for Matt to overcome what ultimately only a 4-point difference. So fascinating endgame. Other than that move, of course, I'm still other than that move, of which, of course, I'm still highly critical to say the least. Really strong performance by Helga, managing to mitigate risks. Like, it was so tempting to try and recover one of his meeples, but like all he cared about was his little lead that he had. And the lead ultimately wasn't even on the scoreboard. The main lead was the mini battle. He had a 7-point blocked monastery versus a 2-point blocked city. So this is how powerful mini battles are, especially in close positions. And then he just equalized everything. City equal, field equal, just everything equal. And then he hung by a thread with those points. So very interesting game here. Wise Maze is saying that Helga's move could be insurance against Statman drawing T plus straight line to attack the field. Yeah, referring to this move, of course. That actually was a very nice find, yeah. But that's the thing, because like, now that you've created this city opportunity, you sort of have to block it, but then you can't because there are other threats. But this very often happens to be the case. Like in some positions, when your opponent doesn't have meeples, you try and create all these scoring opportunities, and then you don't get them, and your opponent gets a meeple back, and now you have to try and blocking, and now you have to try and block those scoring opportunities from preventing your opponent from benefiting them. Anyway, so Helga's still in the running. StatMat, I'm not sure if it's second lost or first. You're going to see that in a second. So Pronom Faible does indeed bring her victory to completion just by shielding off this farmer. So nice technique here from the Catalan master. Poissy is the first one to stop the winning streak of the Brazilian young talent, although I think he has only one loss, so everything's still possible. Manarori on a roll, 4 points against Diogo Antunes of Portugal. Nahim did... Wait. Oh, I think that wasn't concession. I think UI Scooty might have just quit or disconnected. Well, not sure why that is the case. Well, anyway, so that's at least a point for Nahim and his tournament hope still alive. Not so much so for the 2017 World Champion. Claudio Jorquero of Chile defeats Spitki of Ukraine. Ale Rosario defeats Nazario. That's a very nice playing pairing that rhymes. Mires defeats Picha 19, eliminating him from contention. Gina by 3 points hangs by a thread against the Australian expert. The young talent Kelvin Gabriel of Brazil manages to prevail against the Ukrainian with the screen name Edem Alex. So the next round must have already started. And you know what? We're not going to jump in right away. I'm just going to first of all leave you here to see the standings. And I'm not going to announce them. I'm just going to let you read them. Well, actually, oh, interesting. So Helga, of course, on top 4. Pronom Faible. Marian Kurkan still ahead. Complex VNH. So a lot of our heroes, and there are several players whom we haven't seen yet, so we might have a look at those. Maybe do let me know in the chat who you wanna watch. I really need to replenish my supply of hot liquids, which will take about 2 minutes, just because I've been talking for so long. It's necessary for my voice. And I'll probably recommend you all to do the same, although you don't have to do so much talking, but staying hydrated is good. And we're back, and thank you all for sharing the pairing suggestions. Oh, Glovier Nahim should be fun. Yeah, and actually that would be really, really interesting because this is just a battle for elimination. Helga Mars 15. Oh, that should be super interesting. Okay, we're going to have a look at some of those. So. Pronom. Oh, yeah, wait. Did I even? Yeah, of course I need to reload this. Wait, it's round 5. No. Why is Pronom Feble playing against Posige again? Oh, no, she was playing against MTU. Sorry, I just confused Poland and Czechia. That should be interesting. This one. We're going to have a look. Man and Rory also going to have a look. Complex, we're going to have a look. Rosario, Claudio Jorquera. Daniel Ayala against CT of Hong Kong. Girapa against Tanya. But this, I think these have already been eliminated, no? What else? Glovier Nahim, of course. And this should be interesting. Oh, so many lovely pairings. Oh, we have Japan, Thailand. I just want to still have a brief look at my teammate as well. So I think it's really Glovier Nahim. Yeah, because this will be... You know what? Let's start with Glovier Nahim. Just because it will be the last game for one of these two players. Because they each have one lost. I mean, this won't be the last game, but the last game that actually means something. Okay, but it's also super tempting to have a look at Mars's game as well. I really like the metaphor of the phone booth metaphor. I will need to remember that. Apparently lots of blocks, but you know what? We already saw one blocky position right now. Right, I have to open it. I have to at least open it, right? Right. Where is it? Okay, here. I'm going to put it right next to it. Oh dear. So Maran Kurkan, the 2019 world champions, playing against Helga of Sweden, who was top 8 in the Mind Sports Olympiad. And let's start counting the blocked meeples. First of all, we're equal on the scoreboard, and Helga is doing fantastic in this game yet again. Well, like I was going to say that Maran is going down, but I know his grit. And I doubt that he'll go down without a fight. So what are we having? Blocked monastery for black, blocked monastery for red. Red is Helga, Maran is black. Oh, so he's making a nice change from his formerly used green meeples. That is certainly a helpful improvement. Now, blocked city for Maran, and that's the one which we're going to have the long-term problem. So in order to balance the meeples, and I know that's something that Maran cares about a lot strategically, he's now trying to block Helga's 5-point monastery, and then he can build his ruin for as many or even more points than this monastery. He's now recovered the meeple from the road, now has the lead on scoreboard, temporary lead on meeples, but Helga has the first crack at the city, and he's now going to, of course, finish the city. The question is, are you greedy? Do you want to get that 4-point road or not? And yes, he wants. Yeah, the reason why I actually want a meeple at 4-point road there is because Maran would still have 3 tiles that fit into that square. So it's super likely that he's going to get one of those tiles. And then what red wants is to simply score 4 extra points when black does that. So that's actually an interesting choice. It wasn't an obvious move by Helga, because you need to decide in that situation, what is more valuable, 4 points or a temporary meeple advantage? Like, could you score more than 4 points with a temporary meeple advantage? And I think in this case, Helga's decision is correct. And the reason for that is because he has one particular place to take a meeple back. This is this spot over here, with one of the 3 available straight lines. So he's still like doing okay on meeples. Oh, but look at this. He's now trying to block Maran City, which makes sense because he doesn't have meeples. But it is easier said than done, because even if you place a tile over here, which he might do now, or maybe not, and then there will still be 2 dagger tiles that left to fit into the square. I feel like I've said that phrase like 20 times already today. Oh, look at the sneaky Helgi setup. Instead of scoring 2 points for a road or making the blocky move, he instead goes for a 0-point move that sets up a 4-point road upon the completion of the monastery. And actually, I like that move quite a lot. So first of all, if you do get the straight line, in addition to the monastery and the meeple back, you get 4 extra points, so that's lovely. But if black gets the tile, then he has a difficult decision. Does he leave it alone? Or does he score 4 points himself, giving Helga a monastery back sooner, but simply not allowing that scoring opportunity? And so then the point is, either Helga is getting extra 4 points, or for the price of 4 points, he's getting a monastery meeple back earlier. Now, this is, I guess, the moment where you do muster the courage and get yourself a city using your last meeple. For newer players watching this, normally don't spend your last meeple, but moments like this, with an extender or with a city cap facing outwards with no threats, is precisely the one exception where it's super safe to do that. The only thing that you should check, just have a look at how many of big tiles there are. Because let's say if Mars were to draw something like a cow, he could place it over here, add 2-point cities to Helga, as he's going to do now, and this would mean that Helga would stay without meeples longer. But the reason why, from Swede's perspective, going here was still correct, it was simply because of the fact that there were not many of those tiles remaining, only 4, and many more city caps to follow. But you see, the board has changed a little bit. Because Helga finished a shared road, I don't remember who finished a shared road, one of these players. This opened up a field invasion platform, and instead of breaking Helga's city, Mars chose to start a field invasion. Helga immediately tries to block it, and look at this. He didn't even bother finishing his city. That's how much he values this block. Let's see if it's justified. Well, I'll still see a monastery tile that goes here. But what do we have in addition? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh, there are no curves remaining. So that's actually a really strong move and a nice find from Helga, and a counterintuitive one. So normally this does not look particularly blocky, because, well, there are 9 curves in the deck. It just so happens that all 9 of them are already on the board. So this meeple is all but blocked. And actually, now that Helga has recovered 1 more meeple and he's somehow ahead on the scoreboard significantly. Yeah, I kind of forgot about all those monastery points. I mean, I didn't forget about them. I just forgot to mention them as part of Helga's position. Helga can... Yeah, he invades the city, of course. Maran tries to block. And actually, I don't think Maran tries to block. He acknowledges that he's behind. Oh, this is super interesting. This is not a blocking attempt. Maran, the sneaky Romanian world champion, is trying to draw a starting tile, place his last meeple over here, and then get one of the two horses to overrun the city for 26 points. And if Helga goes here, which is sort of the intuitive move that you want to do in these positions, then this actually doesn't prevent that threat. So I wonder, as the Swede here, are you far ahead enough to just go over here, block your own meeple? And he decides not to do that. And I really don't like that decision one bit. Like what does this farmer do? Now, Helga can invade if he so chooses, but with the lead, he doesn't have to. I'm like, what does this farmer do? Like, if you're gonna drop a farmer as Helga, then the best place to drop it is here, because that would be scoring 3 points and also equalizing this farmer, because Mars can still get himself a road monastery. And if he does, he gets 3 points and invade the field. So as the side with the lead, as the side with the meeple majority, we want to be going over here and preparing for that invasion. I mean, I guess the idea that sort of Helga is like preparing a little field over here, but that's a way to lose the game. Okay, Helga goes for the 75%er, which is stylish. But this is something that you want to be doing as the side who's behind. Because from Helga's perspective, 75% is not good enough. Or, you know, there's also this tile. Huh. Yeah, I know that this was an opportunity, of course, to invade. I saw that idea of red. It's just with the lead, it didn't seem necessary. Because, like, with the lead as red, you want to assume that your opponent would be drawing all the good tiles and try to prepare accordingly. And now, of course, Mars is in an incredibly difficult position because, well, red has the majority on the field, 2 versus 1. This black meeple is blocked completely. But I think maybe a little bit chance for Maran. Or maybe not. I think that maybe his chance was to draw that tile and then to try and drop a farmer himself and so on. And maybe then we can hope for something. But Helga gets the tile and shares the city. Lovely, lovely, lovely stuff. Now, from Marian's perspective, it looks, of course, super lucky for Helga, but it really isn't. Because after this move, he was the favorite to draw the 75%er. And Maran maybe missed a chance. With this tile, he could have done the same. He could have gone over here and then hoped for one of the cows, which he got, by the way, and then simply get himself one more city cap to finish the city, which was still doable. So he wanted, of course, to go for the better idea, which makes all the sense in the world. It makes sense in the world to want to go there so that when you invade, you not only get the majority, but also you complete the city. But with still a couple of city plus field caps available, maybe the move was to go over here earlier. Because you can't really assume that your opponent doesn't see the idea. Or maybe you can, But yeah, Helga over here with the clinic and the city takeover and the field takeover and everything. Maran, of course, trying to fight, but again, like, Helga, I think, is playing really well, but he's like playing the equity game. At the point where he got himself at like an 80-something% win, in a situation where maybe he can hope for more. So that's the thing. But of course, like, there's nothing wrong with 80-something% if you play this move and if you win by 60 points. And of course, it is way, way, way more stylish. So, by the way, I see that y'all call this game blocky, but it is the opposite of that. The winning player ended up scoring 133 points. Could you expect that? Well, we congratulate Helga, who's actually one game away from securing himself a place in the playoffs for the second consecutive year. Maran takes a hit, but still, with 2 consecutive wins, can actually get this done. Nahim won against Glovier with almost 40 points, and actually quite quickly. So, hi Glovier, my commiserations. Hugo is suggesting to watch Leo da Vinci, a Portuguese player. Yeah, we could do that. Siegfried manages to defeat the young Brazilian talent with experience. The Japanese master prevails over the Thai master. Wait, Napai is still playing? Nope. And a bit of an upset as the Ukrainian player with screen name Kopnik defeats my teammates, sadly for our Latvian fans, which is all of you. Or most of you at the very least. So, neither Napai nor Christna will be qualifying. I will have to be the sole one to represent Latvia in the finals tomorrow. Arpad Gera defeats Tanya Yu of Ukraine. This game probably also must have finished. Oh, no. We have still finishing, but the Mexican player Daniel Ayala really not in great shape. At least if we judge things by the scoreboard, but as it has turned out earlier, at least in Napai's game against Gina, you know how they say, don't judge a book by its cover? In Carcassonne, they should say, don't judge a game by the scoreboard. Because there are plenty of ways to compensate for it. For example, I can see that Daniel, at least presently, has the control over the main field. And maybe this is just enough. So 2 meeples over here, 1 red meeple of CT over here, and also CT way down on time. But 12 seconds should be enough to make 2 moves. Neither sides have meeples. Also note that Daniel has actually 2 fields. He has also a 9-point field over here, an 8-point monastery to equal Red's 8-point monastery, a larger ruin. Red here with a 3-point farm is trying to invade, but based on the placement of this tile, I'm gonna go ahead and figure that there's no tile that fits into this square, and this does appear to be the case. So this meeple will not be invading. But CT gets himself a meeple back to score a little bit towards the end. So Daniel has only 1 and 1 move that he has to make, but it's a pretty easy find. Of course, we go over here and prolong our 9-point fields into a 12-point field, which incidentally also denies a 6-point field for CT at the top. I mean, 27 points on the scoreboard is rough. But blue has a lot of field points. This, at the very least, be much closer than initially anticipated. Hi, Krish. Commiserations about today. Or, you know, Daniel could also lose on time, but I'd rather he not do that. And I'm really struggling to see what exactly is the decision here. He doesn't have meeples, and there's only one way to score. So you don't even necessarily have to figure out what your opponent's tile is. You just get +3 and that's it. Well, we'll let him think. I just hope that he didn't shut down the game and then forget that he still has a move. Claudio Jorquera with 1 points prevailed over his neighbor Ale Rosario. Leo da Vinci won with 1 point against Complex VNH. So they're now on 5 out of 5. Yeah, and we can follow them for sure in the next round. Man, Rory still on a roll, winning against King Collodion of Spain. I believe also first loss for Pronom Feble against Possi of Czechia. Yeah, so I guess we can watch Leo da Vinci, but from one perspective, it's I guess more interesting to see players who not have all the possible wins, but one win less. So for whom it's actually about survival. But then again, the higher the table number, the higher the level of the game as a rule. So, fine. Wait! Oh, come on, Daniel. Come on, Daniel. Why'd you do that? Did he just miss his move? Well, it was so close to being a throw. So, for reasons inexplicable to me, Daniel chooses not to continue his field and not add 3 points, and ends up losing by 5. But imagine if he lost by 3. That would have been so tragic. But at least if that was a loss, nonetheless not that painful, but Daniel Ayala will let CT of Hong Kong prevail. So now we have the next round, which is I'm going to spend a minute or so on simply looking through the standings. Only 5 players of 5 win. Helga, Possi, Leo da Vinci, Vladimir, Man and Rory. Only 5, and then several on 4. Mars 15, Pardon Feble, StatMat still living. Yeah, so still a good 20 or something players in contention. 28 players still could theoretically qualify. Also some new unfamiliar names. All right, let's see what the next matchups are. Because at this point, for round 6, we need to start scrolling. So Vladimir Possi could actually be pretty interesting. Oh, Man and Roar, Leo da Vinci, that also should be very interesting. And that also going to be finished so soon that we're going to have time to watch Matt versus Mars versus StatMat. So either the 2019 or the 2023 World Champion will be eliminated. Helga against Natasha should be also super interesting. Pyro versus Pronom Feeble should be super interesting. Complex VNH versus Buha of Croatia. Sporter Claudio Horquera. This actually should be interesting too. Lawyer against Game Over. They can't qualify, but I still want to take a little peek. David Pierce against Divac is pretty interesting. I still want to have a look at my teammate, who actually doesn't have the easiest opponent, if I remember the screen name. Oh, another of my teammates. And I think this should give us a good set of games. So this is our main game for the round. And it's probably going to last 5 minutes, given Marco's speed. He's really on a roll today with his yellow meeple, the color with which I can empathize. Leo da Vinci, or Rui Costa, if I remember correctly, is with his patriotic green to match the color of the flag. Mana Rory now invades his city next to his monastery for a very interesting configuration. Green finishes the first major city of the game, or mid-sized city of the game, for 10 points, but Marco finishes a 4-point road to cut his scoreboard deficit and drops the first farmer of the game. It's a very open position, one which the Mexican absolutely loves. So you want to be the first one on the field here, especially whilst your opponent is building monasteries. Green still has the advantage in this position by virtue of these monasteries. And also, these cities here are kind of awkwardly placed. So as green, like if you know how to do this properly, basically you should just leave this alone. And let Manarori try and get out of this mess. Because at the moment he has 2 1-point meeples. And they need to start doing something. Well, actually, it's not such big of a mess because I think... No, it is a bit of a mess. So here's the situation, right? Leo da Vinci is going to have 16 points on these monasteries. Okay, fine. You can do that. Okay, that's an okay decision, yeah. So just... Green decides to not keep any attention and get a meeple back. Just don't go here, please. It's not in Green's interest to unify those cities. If anything, Green should go here and try and block. There is a chance that Green could go here and invade, which would be a mistake, but Green knows his stuff. The reason why an invasion would be a mistake is because you typically don't want to be sharing cities through a triple city tile next to your monastery. It sounds like too convoluted to be voiced as a separate rule, but actually it's a pattern that occurs quite a bit. And a pattern that expert players should learn. Because let's say if Green were to invade, then Green has to place a tile over here, and then Green has to build up a shared city in order to complete his monastery, and he has to spend city tiles in order to complete his monastery, and then he gets blocked, and then Manarori steals the city, and all that kind of things. So that's why instead he starts a new city over here, trying to ultimately block this square, for which he has a good chance given the fact that 3 out of 5 road Doritos that would fit here have gone out. And then the plan is to have an 8-point monastery and have a mini battle against the city. And if we've learned anything from Helga's game against Statmat, mini battles, especially monastery versus city mini battles, are super powerful. Leo, still with the lead on the scoreboard, is now trying to invade Yellow's road, but sadly, he makes a... Well, I mean, it's... I'm not sure if it's even a misclick. It's such a big mistake. The invasion was good. It's a great idea to try to invade a road through your own monastery and share all those points. The problem is the orientation of this tile. Every day of the week you got to face it downward. For 2 reasons. First of all, a city cap next to your monastery is great, because then either you get an extra monastery point whilst you get the city cap, and then you also are more likely to complete your monastery. Or, your opponent completes the city cap and gets 4 points, but you get 1 more point compensation. I think the reason why Green didn't want to do that is maybe he was afraid of the city cap being blocked, but there was no reason to be afraid because at that time all the 3 daggers that would fit in the square were available. And also, if he was afraid of block, then actually this is more dangerous because only 2 of left-handed daggers are available, and if Manarori gets something like a cow tile, then it's actually much more blockable. But that's not all. Leaving the city cap out in the open allowed Manarori to score 4 easy points and also create a blocking platform against this square, which first of all denies the road invasion, and it also could deny an entire meeple to Leo da Vinci because there are not that many crossroads that fit into that square in the first place. And then Leo decides that, okay, nerves of steel here, waiting for one more crossroads. Well, now, of course, he should go over here and get his meeple back, but he's thinking about it. No, he decides that, you know what, this square is getting too dangerous. Start a new road. He will now begin his meeple back. But again, he's not sharing these road points. But I'm going to continue my point about why this was such a severe mistake. Even in the event of successful connection, this city cap would have become part of Manarori's field, so he would score extra, making it harder to play against that field, and then also this would give a bunch of like further green squares to the field. So just yeah, I wonder if that was actually a misclick. So anyway, now that rant is over, let's see what else is going on in this position. So there is a sensitive square over here. Manarori is hoping to finish his city before he gets blocked by Leo. Leo, after resolving the situation over here, is actually still doing quite fine. Manarori only has a 6-point field. Now, of course, another 6-point field, which is going to turn into a much bigger field. Leo now scores and gets meeples back. Manarori now scores in response, try to get a 4-point road. Leo with a chance to either build something on his monastery or maybe over here on his roads. But he has another move available, a blocky move, which I really like. He just goes to the 1-point road. From Leo's perspective, I really like going over here, blocking the field, blocking the city cap in the open field, and also trying to put pressure against this road. I think it was much stronger than adding 1 point. Moreover, actually, you don't want to necessarily be continuing your road like this, because what you want to do here as green is try and avoid spending a road end, because there's only one crossroads available and there's no guarantee at all that you're going to draw it. So probably the road building pattern that I want to do is first try draw a curve, then draw a straight line, and then draw another curve, and then continue the road like this. Because you might, even if you draw the road end as Leo did, you might need it in other places as Leo did to score the city. But Leo's still doing very well, scoring more cities, getting some meeples back, and it's still 15 points ahead on the scoreboard, despite the fact that Manarori managed to get away with a 14-point city here and not get blocked. Temporarily there was equality. Now, of course, Yellow still has those fields, but it will be a long time before Yellow can equalize. So what would Yellow need to do? Well, Yellow needs to finish this road ASAP, but it's now not going to work because there are no crossroads available at all. So this meeple is now trapped, and this very well could have decided the game, but he's trying to score. But Leo now with another blocky tile, and let's see how he uses it. So if he goes for the equity move, he just want to go here. Actually, no, I guess the equity move is here though. But like if you go for the pure points move, the lower variance move, then you go here to take advantage of the road plus city elements and start a new city and so on, and then you create a counter field over here, and then move your lead. Don't try to fight for any of those fields here. But he goes for the equity move, which is sort of the move with the greatest expected value. Because what this move does, it blocks half a meeple, given the fact that there's only one tile that fits into this square now. And it still starts a new city, and then goes over here. So the difference between equity and just straight up points, so is the fact that like half a meeple is worth a lot more than just 1 point. But a 1 point is something that's guaranteed, but half a meeple is not guaranteed at all. It's a whole meeple that's guaranteed half the time. Now Leo has to decide, like, how far is he ahead? So he could just make a normal move, like continuing one of his cities, maybe this one, or continue his road, although there's no good reason to do that. Or he could continue this city, but I think one move that he's seriously thinking about is just going over here, blocking yellow city at the expense of this city. So this depends on how he perceives his position to be. He decides that he's not sufficiently ahead to do stuff like this. But actually I disagree. I think blocking was way, way better, way, way safer. And also because there's still a splitter tile. So if you go over here, you still have a chance to bail yourself out. Because now, after this situation, after yellow successfully defends, then what happened is that you're still in a coin flip situation. You still hope for a particular tile, except that if your opponent draws this tile, then the impact is more negative because he gets 4 points from the city, a meeple back, and 3 points for the field, and probably he even meeples this 5-point road. But Leo also wanted a meeple back for himself, and fair enough. He still had a large number of points. Rory's probably considering whether it's time to get desperate. And in this situation, desperation would mean meepling a monastery. But he meeples a 5-point monastery instead of a 6-point monastery. Why would you do that? Why can't we just control Green's road? I don't know. I guess we'll have to ask Marco this one. Hi, Viviana. Rooting for Rui here. So what can Green do? He has the double city cap tile and only 3 minutes on his clock. It should be enough to solve this endgame though. Well, not solve this though. 6 tiles, 7 unseen tiles with 3 minutes is a bit too many to permute. So if I'm Leo, probably I kind of try to drop some quick candidate moves. So here's how I'm thinking. Okay, I could either start a field here or just add 1 city point. If I'm starting a field, how many city caps are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no vanilla, 1 dagger, 1, 2, 3, 1 of these guys, 1 of starting tiles, and 0, 0, 0. Wait. No, all is good. Nobody miscounted the daggers. So basically, I would just be counting city caps, deciding if it's worth starting a field. I would have come to the conclusion that it was worth starting a field, but Leo's move makes all the sense in the world. He, of course, scored 5 points, 1 for this city, 4 for the city, which is a bit off-screen. Manor already getting his ruin down. Doing very well on the field, 15 points on the field, and now Leo probably just looking to score. There's a sneaky move that he needs to find. So this is a little puzzle for you. So think about this. I'm going to reveal it after his move. I'm going to give you a hint. There's still 1 dagger in the deck for Mana Rory to complete his city. We can't prevent that, but we can use that fact to do something. Let's see if less than 2 minutes on the clock, Leo manages to solve this puzzle and find the move which gives him the best, and he doesn't find it. The move, of course, was to go over here and meeple this road in advance, because then he would be scoring all of these lovely points. And actually, this wasn't a difficult find, because going over here for this 3-point road is the highest scoring point move anyway, because you scored 3 points for the road and 1 for the monastery. So now, if the last tile is somehow a road tile, which I think it is, the last tile is actually a starting tile. This means that Mana Rory will be taking advantage of this road. And no, it's not a starting tile. There are no starting tiles remaining. So I did mess that up. But I know that there are no city caps anymore. Wait, or is there vanilla? No vanillas, no city caps. So it must be some sort of road tile, I guess, or one of those biggies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. Doritos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. It must be a road tile. And it is a road tile, and Man and Rory gets a couple of more points than he should have. So I know that I'm streaming with a delay, but I guess by now I should have already seen the answers in the chat, so maybe? Did nobody find that move? Well, anyway, I believe that the point difference should be enough for Leo to withstand with, but Marco has a lot of stuff on the field. So it could be unnecessarily close, perhaps. Wait. Did actually Marco pull this off? No. No, wait! It was so close. It was unbelievably close. Oh lordy, Leo still hangs on by a thread, but he wins by a tie. Leo was the second player, and because Marco was starting the game, the 100-100 tie. Oh dear. Oh boy. So we were close to a disaster here, as sadly Leo did not manage to solve a rather simple game, end game actually, but this is what time trouble does to you. And just general credit to Leo. I mean, he had overall control of the game. Maybe a couple of places where he could have like pressed yellow a little bit more. I would have sacrificed my meeple just to deny yellow this kind of stuff. When you're in the lead, really cracking down on your opponent should be a priority compared to creating your own threats. So yeah, this also like leaves option for Marco to have won. Imagine if this 5.1 issue would have been here for 6 points. He would have actually had 1 point extra. Or, you know, on the other hand, this probably would have made it easier for Leo to find this move. But you never know, Leo could have gone over here for the same number of points, maybe not seeing this pre-meepling idea. So anyway, that was quite the sweat for our Portuguese fans. And as for our Mexican fans, well, Man and Rory's doing still just fine. He still just has to win the next game in order to qualify a possible achievement. And wait, is Leo on 6 out of 6 now? Is Leo joining Hugo Pereira, the other Portuguese player who has qualified? I think that's the case. I think he's on 6 out of 6. Anyway, Mars 15 versus StatMat with 8 tiles remaining. The battle of the two world champions. Also Clash of Styles. Matt who blocks everything and Maran who makes big fields. Now, of course, these players aren't simplistic. They can play all kinds of position. It's just, I typically notice that Mars tends to be, I mean, he does block a lot as well, but overall he tends to prioritize the field quite a little bit, maybe even more so than your average elite player. Whereas actually Matt doesn't really do them, and very often you end up with like tiny field of 6 or 9 points instead of one big one, but you do have one big one over here. So at least stylistically, it says the Romanian player who got his way with the Brit. So part of the job is done. You steered the game in a direction which is more comfortable for you, but does that lead for a win? Well, not at the moment, as the field, which is undoubtedly game decisive with 7 completed cities and 21 points on it, is tied with 3 meeples apiece. Look how lovely colors, like no green, 3 yellow, very clear meeples, equalizing 3 black, very, very clear meeples. I'm definitely going to praise the players for their color choices. But Matt with a couple of difficulties. I guess the main difficulty for Matt is this over here mini battle. Maran here has a lot of points. And by law, I mean 9. And Matt here has not a lot of points. And by not a lot, I mean 1. However, there are still what is happening to me? However, there are still 2 tiles, or rather 1 tile with which Matt can invade, namely the one remaining Road Dorito. Mars just scoring quick points. He's basically trying to outrun Matt's invasion. Neither of the players are attempting to win the field. And I think the reason for this is that if you use this field connection platform and drop a farmer here, then you immediately risk getting blocked or restricted from this square. So the question is from Matt's perspective, first of all, do you have to win the field? And he answers no. And second, if you do have to win the field, if you invade over here, is that even possible and how easy it is to block? Matt scores a 5-point city instead of a 6-point field, which is maybe what he has to do, but Mars wins the coin flip. Matt will not be connecting to the city over here, and Maran surely will go now and grab these 9 points. Although with 5 minutes on his clock, it's not something that he necessarily should be doing in a heartbeat. He should actually be recalculating everything, which is exactly what he's doing, and playing his optimal endgame. Yeah, so I think also we can see that Matt has only 1 second remaining on the clock, so I think this move over here was just a time trouble move. He's simply... Or I'm not sure, maybe he knew that with this move he could not go for the field. So he kind of just needed to hope. Wait! Didn't Matt miss this though? Because Maran will be winning with his field, but what about we make that move, but we make it without a meeple? And then, if I remember the situation correctly, this would create a field invasion platform. Then, as Matt, we try to draw this crossroads, drop a farmer here, and then get the straight line and win the big field. I think at the time it was still possible, because as far as I remember, the straight line was not there yet. Of course, then Maran would have blocked, but then Maran would not have been able to score a 9-point field, or even score the 4-point city for that matter. And so then if Maran is forced to block, or invade, which would actually have worked for him, but we don't know that, then we get to claim that field. Yeah, maybe that was the way to go for Matt, because he ended up losing by 9, which is actually super close. Maybe with this tile. Maybe with this tile he actually could have done it. Yeah. I mean, this tile was worth only 8 points, but then maybe Matt can score 1 more, for example, by trying to block the city cap before Maran gets a chance to score 4 points for it. So this was definitely a legit route to win. But probably keeping your meeple and not meepling this ruin just yet, and then deciding later whether you need to meeple it, was the way to go, with a 6-point field available and a field invasion available. But also time management, like that's why you should probably leave like 5 minutes for a situation like this to try and solve them. Matt, although did try and do his best and didn't draw the coin flip, still stayed within the time limit, but sadly he will be eliminated from the tournaments. Well, not so sadly for the Romanian fans, because Maran is still 1 game away from qualifying. Hi, Elias. Helga also qualifies, I think. No. Wait, was that for... Helga has 1 loss, no? No, Helga doesn't have losses. Helga qualifies, right? You're gonna see that in a second. Pyro wins against Pronon Feble, eliminating the Catalan master from the tournament. Wow, look at this. Filip Buhinicek wins against Elias Mochan via a tie. Would have been an interesting game to have followed. Claudio Jorquera wins against the 2020 gold medalist. Chris Tucker of the UK defeats Fausto Barral of Brazil by just 6 points. And in a very low-scoring game, 68 points are enough for Yaroslav Herasimenko to deliver 1 more defeat to Bogdan Kurkan, who had started this tournament very well by winning against 2016 world champion Vladimir Kovalev, but it went downhill since then. Devaka Sergei Koksharov of Ukraine defeats David Pierce by 15 points. And sadly, my teammate does lose again. But their opponent, of course, was quite skillful, as you can see by their rating. And another of my teammates loses, man. Not a great day, not a great evening for Latvia. Yeah, so Aphrodite 333 loses to Mingo of the United States by quite a lot of points. So, what are we left with? Are we in the 7th round yet? We might be. I don't think we are. I think there are a couple of games going on. So first of all, we congratulate the 3 players who have qualified. Vladimir, Leo da Vinci, and Helga. And there's still plenty of players who have a chance to qualify. And all of these guys over here. All of these guys over here. Look at them. So 16 players still in contention. And now we will be starting a decisive round soon enough. We just need to check what are the games still going on in this round. I believe there are like 1 or 2. Or maybe not. No, the new round has already started. So, I guess Pyro Leo da Vinci is not sort of so interesting, because first of all, we just watched Leo da Vinci, but I'm going to open it anyway. And because for Leo da Vinci, it doesn't matter. So actually, for them, it still matters, because if they eliminate Pyro, they just eliminate a strong opponent. But this game really has all the motivation for the Japanese player, because if the Japanese player, he qualifies, if he loses, he doesn't. But the Portuguese player qualifies anyway. And getting first place in the tournament really doesn't give you that big of an advantage in the mini playoffs. Now, Mana, Rory, Posij, that's the real battle for a qualification. These guys have not started, so that's their fault. We're not following them. This is actually very interesting. Buha against the Spanish player. Yeah, and we haven't seen either of them. And this is also a battle for the qualification. So Filip Buhinicek is trying to be the 2nd Croatian player to qualify. Zvonimir Vlajic with a screen name Bluesta was the first one. What else? Yeah, many of games just haven't started yet. So who else should we open? All right, that should be enough. So this one, we're just gonna, okay, we're gonna open this one. No, you know what? I'm gonna start with this, because I've already like shown Portugal. I haven't shown Spain and Croatia. Black Hawk is asking, can I explain how the playoff bracket works? Yes, I can. Let's do it after this round, because there will be a few minutes break between the playoffs, maybe more than a few minutes. Then it will be time to catch up with the chat and do the talking. Yeah, so by the way, like after the 8 players have, or whatever, 8, 9, or however they're going to be, all the players with 6 victories have qualified, the mini playoffs are happening today, right now, after this. And then the like big playoff day for the top 8, so the top 4 from this qualifier and the top 4 from this morning qualifier, then that's happening tomorrow. So let's catch up with this game. I'm actually not familiar with this Spanish player. I see that they have a very strong rating, and I wonder if this is simply a screen name change for one of the existing players of the Spanish national team. Filip Bohinicek of Croatia has an almost identical rating, although he has 1 extra rating point, and has already over 630. Man, like Croatia is growing so strong. It's unbelievable. Buha is finishing himself a city. And I also noticed something interesting. So, on the previous move, look at what Red did. Like, these sort of decisions show what kind of player they are. So they had 2 choices, either to turn this city downwards and then wait for one of the 3 vanilla city caps that would fit in this square, or turn it upwards, finish the city sooner, but leave this 9-point monastery spot. And it shows that they don't mind this 9-point monastery spot. So they really don't mind a lot of variance, and it looks like we're in a sort of very open position that's going to be a lot of fun for spectators. We already have 2 farmers being dropped. So, rough equality on the scoreboard. I guess blue with a slightly superior position. Now we're also going to see how much blue likes variance. I'm going to tell my suggested move a little bit after. At the bottom, we have 2 inconsequential cities being equalized. Blue has a good 5-point road. Blue is now trying to play against this farmer over here, which also makes sense. This is not my move. This is my move. Yes, 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 yes. So Buha knows his equity stuff. So here's my logic, right? You know that somebody is going to fill the square eventually, because this is a 9-point monastery. 9 points is a lot. So why don't we build a road that goes right into that square, so that whenever either red or blue fills that square, we get 5 extra points and a meeple back. And this is something that blue would have done, could have done on their previous move. They made a move which made a lot of sense too. They drop a farmer trying to equalize this guy. Especially they're trying to anticipate the moment when red draws one of their key tiles. One of the 2 remaining starting tiles that would complete them this 8-point city, give them a meeple back, and prolong their road, and also give them a chance to get a meeple back. Now it overall looks like a good position for red. Oh, for green. There is no green, there is only blue. Red and blue. Spain, blue. Croatia, red. Although it is quite counterintuitive because Croatia has blue on their flag and Spain doesn't. Anyway. The reason why I probably prefer blue here is the fact that blue has the control of the main field, and the fact that blue has the long-term meeple advantage. Because statistically, red will be waiting a long time before he can get his meeple here back. And 25% of the time, he doesn't get any of these tiles back. And normally, with a bit of a scoreboard lead, maybe if we get the road monastery, that's actually okay. But on a board this open, like, I don't think you can withstand a meeple disadvantage this severe. Now, red also goes for the top farm, which I not necessarily like. The thing with this farmer, even though at face value it looks great, you take the biggest field on the board and then you drop 2 city caps to build it further, it is just trying to start a big field fight before you have the meeples for it. So you want to first get the monastery, and you want to get this if you can, and then before you do that, you really want to keep your, well, the board rather, as closed as possible, and your opponent's field as small as possible. Just keep the game small. Even though this field as the top is big, in all likelihood, the fields are going to eventually unify, and this field on the right is so open that it won't be a problem for King Collodion here to drop a bunch of farmers and then overrun this big field. And what this farmer has done as a result, it added 2 city caps into a field which is unlikely to be his. In the meantime, Buha keeps scoring quick, still maintaining some sort of equality on the scoreboard, and now, interesting decision for King Collodion, but now here's going to be a problem for Red. Normally, Blue's best move would have been to go over here. So you typically want to help your opponent. No, Blue! No, not here, not here, not here! I said normally. This would have been the best move, because it gives you 9 points, and even though it gives your opponent meeple back, it prevents your opponent from drawing the second monastery tile and scoring 9 points for themselves. But in this position, there's no need to give your opponent a meeple back because there's already another monastery spot, which is almost just as good. This 7-point monastery over here, which Red accidentally created for you. Yeah, but this is like how Carcassonne works. The best players, they're good at finding exceptions to the rules. And we've seen so many of those exceptions found. So for example, how Helga managed all those mini battles against StatMat. That was just beautiful. But yeah, like, I mean, it's not necessarily a wrong move. I mean, it is in this position because it's like, if you run a simulation or something, it will give a slightly lower win percentage. Even though Red's position, of course, pretty well, it's not as good as Blue's, and Blue is now getting a splitter, which is just a fantastic tile for them. And look at this, Philip does get the monastery anyway. But even though Red managed to draw the monastery pretty soon, Red had already benefited a little bit from that temporary okay situation with the meeple. It wasn't an advantage, but he was able to at least use a meeple on the city cap and so on. The Spaniard keeps scoring and gets city tiles and gets some meeple back, and Buha can't do much about this. So he chooses to continue his city at the top, trying to score as much as possible, which is actually a great move. He can still get his meeple back here, so all is not lost. He can still get his road, but I think his plan is as follows. His short-term plan. We go here, finish the monastery, get 9 points. Then we go over here, finish the city with a city cap, drop a farmer, and then maybe we get a majority on the field and then block all entrances. Well, Buha does get a good tile. The issue is that he would have preferred a different order because he finished the city first, whilst he still doesn't have meeples, he can't use that field connection platform yet. So King Collodion will be the first one with a chance at it. Instead, he chooses to invade the city, which makes some sense, but this allows Red to start a new winning plan. Now Red can go over here or over here. You really need to think quite hard about the orientation of this tile. Glad that Philip does have the time to do that. It opts to turn to the left. The purpose of this move is not only to add 2 points, but also set up a blocking platform against this square. Simply not allowing the Spaniard to join. Blue takes quick points. And Buha with his key tile coming closer on the scoreboard, getting a second meeple back. And the Spaniard gets a Dorito tile to connect, which is good for him. But this means that the Croatian will be the first to have a go at one of these field connection platforms. Little math puzzle about which of these platforms is best. Actually, it's not obvious. I mean, you need this curve in several places. So, you want to finish your monastery. You want to continue your road. You want to... Okay. Finishing the monastery was definitely not a priority in this position, because you have a lot of meeples. Like, the priority is to take away that field platform. There's an 18-point field just begging to be taken. And now this means that blue can invade the farm. But this also kind of shows the prioritization. Like, if you need... Why are players ignoring the field? What's wrong with an 18-point field? I don't get this. I guess what this 5-point monastery does, it sort of protects this city against invasion, but was that really the urgent when there's an 18-point field and players just keep ignoring it for turns and turns on end? So finally Philip decides to drop a farmer upon consolidating, something that they actually should have done last turn. Again, with this move, the Spaniard could have dropped a farmer over here, and like normally, obviously, I don't expect like players to play perfectly or anything, but what surprises me is that at this sort of like expert level, 600 range, especially Spanish players actually, like players in Portugal and sort of Southwest Europe, tend to really prioritize the fields more so than average. And this game tends to be quite the exception here. So my surprise is not about the fact that some move is suboptimal, but simply that it's a move that I would expect to these... Well, basically, I would expect these particular players to be playing differently than they are at the moment. Also, notice with this move over here, I think Reds could have dropped a farmer, actually, just to take a stronghold on this field. Even though it cost them an extra meeple, by getting 3 meeples versus 1, they're basically guaranteeing themselves the win, because there isn't really any way how blue can score as many as 18 points. And you see, now as Buha's thinking, now like we kind of need to find a priority for ourselves. So do we finish the road or do we invade the field? The answer to this I actually do not know. I guess one advantage for finishing the road is the fact that you take out a field connection platform that your opponent can use, because they can still attack that little 9-point field on the left. Now it's no longer possible. Blue, in the meantime, develops his field at the bottom. Now we'll be getting at least 7 points, 4 for the city and at least 3 for the field. They chose not to drop a second farmer, probably saving it for the big field fight. Buha now with a fantastic tile. Several options. Could either score 5 monastery points, opening a second route for field connection, or could go over here, drop a farmer, just to take out that connection platform. So a lot of these decisions already depend on the actual tiles. Hi, Nicholas. He does go for the 5 points. I guess blue with some chances to re-invade. Maybe blue can go somehow here and try to invade through this monastery. The only question is, are there curves remaining? So there are no road monasteries remaining, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No curves remaining. Wait, are there straight lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, there are no straight lines. Wait. How is this guy invading the field? Well, there is one crossroads remaining, I guess. And No starting tiles? How about daggers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, that's funny. This guy has only one invasion tile. So still, everything is up for grabs. This move is setting up a re-invasion platform. So basically, if red invades here or here, in that case, blue can go here maybe and drop a farmer and connect through the monastery, which Buha just drew. But also, like, the Croatian player happened to be ahead on the scoreboard, 10 points. And this scoreboard is almost compensated by this 9-point field. So that's 1 point. Blue has the better monastery, making it 0-0. So Buha is currently ahead by exactly 3 points overall due to this 3-point farmer. That's actually a great situation to be in, because there are not so many scoring opportunities available. But now that I think about this, since we are already flipping for the last crossroads, like the crossroads is the key tile, not only would the crossroads, if drawn by blue, deny red field invasion, it would also help them score 3 points, completely equalizing the game. So what contingency plans can you make as the Croatian? One move that probably comes to mind is some sort of monastery, perhaps? Either here for 4 points, actually, or 5 really, because that's extra, or maybe over here equalizing blue's monastery. Although I wonder if this monastery over here wouldn't open some sort of invasion platform against the city, and in fact it would. So that's why red thinks better of it. Now, blue, with his own options, chooses to start a new city. And this is such a brilliant move. It is actually trying to get 2 back-to-back triple city tiles, which were still available to connect over here. And wait, it is still possible. Oh man, the Spaniard. I thought that he was going for the connection like this, right? With a cow and a horse. But a Dorito plus a cow is also possible. But a crossroads for Buha will complete the field connection over here. Or over here. Probably over here for more points. Unless he blunders and makes quick points. That's going to be fun. This guy's going to invade the ruin. And this guy's going to invade the field. And actually they score very, very similarly. But the red is still going to be ahead because of quick points. So this move is going to be... No! No, you just didn't! Why would you do that? Oh, that's why. Yeah, because the fields weren't connected and nobody told me. I kind of forgot something. Yeah, that's... I kind of forgot that this invasion at the top wasn't an invasion just yet. Oops! And because I'm streaming with a delay, some of y'all might be screaming at the monitor. Yeah, but this is something that very often happens. I really forgot that these fields were not yet connected. So before reds can invade the main field... Before red can invade the main field, he actually has to, first of all, unite the 2 fields like this. I mean, the invasion will not be possible. I'm not sure what the last tile is. I know that one of the tiles is a triple city. And it's actually a difficult endgame for King Collodion to solve. So first of all, what is the point count? Do we have to invade the ruin in order to win? Well, to that, the answer is pretty easy, is yes. But then the second question... Can we afford to make the highest scoring move or go over here? Or do we have to actually go over here? Yep, he decides to do this. And that's because that was an excellent, excellent decision here from the Spaniard. And that's because he had calculated that the other remaining tile was the horse. So had he not done this, Red would have gone over here and meepled the 1-point road and blocked that square. So this was in fact blocking of the blocking square. That was a defense. It's a brilliant, brilliant endgame move by the Spaniard. Then I think I start understanding a little bit more about some of the players' moves. Like, the fact that these farmers were not connected is just so interesting to me. Well, there's nothing that Buha can do. He just needs to score his high scoring move, which is a 4-point city, and then just watch as King Collodion of Spain gets the last remaining horse, finishes his monastery, wins a 18-point city or something, and with that, the game. And what a brilliant idea, like that city invasion in the first place. The 1-point city meeple, the board vision, the multiple routes through multiple cows and horses, that's just pure beauty. And Red actually had good attempts, like he was trying to overrun the big field, just sort of ran short on tiles because we ran out of road tiles so quickly. Maybe that one move that got him a road monastery back, maybe just not recognizing that it was more important to connect the field and get a meeple back. 2 points is the final difference. So then this also means that the Spaniard must have calculated that this is enough. Well, anyway, my sympathies go to the Croatian player. They're certainly, like, they're the reigning vice champion of Croatia, if we counter the online championship, and they have grown so much, reaching such a high rating. But certainly, hat off for the Spaniard endgame. Even though I was quite critical about them allowing Red some field invasions when they maybe could have controlled the game themselves. They just chose a different winning route and then as a result managed to invade a big city. Anyway, you couldn't have wished for a more spectacular game. I hope that you all agree, and King Collodion of Spain will be representing his country. Well, not necessarily in tomorrow, but he at least qualified for the mini playoffs. So how are the players doing? Lawyer won against Oscaridis quite convincingly. Statmat won with 1 point against Divaca in an inconsequential match. So Statmat will be finishing 5 out of 7. But how are actually our games that actually matter? So our Mexican here, did he win? Board Game Arena won't let me scroll in. We will just see those tiles being placed very rapidly. The game must have finished a couple of minutes ago. I think I suspect the results based on who's online and who isn't. Lots of city caps towards the end. So finally we will see who won here. Will that be the Czech master or will that be the Mexican? Well, at least if we don't look at this field, it favors Man and Rory, but how's the field situation? Okay, I can see plus 21 for Prix and plus 6 for Man and Rory. So this farmer over here on the right was trying to invade, was just one tile short and a 10-point loss as a result. Had only yellow been successful in this invasion, and of course yellow would have won, but sadly Man and Rory with 5 out of 7, a great run. Some spectacular games, but ultimately it was that narrow 0-point loss actually against Leo da Vinci of Portugal that will prevent Mexico from getting represented tomorrow, though we were really close. Still great run by Man and Rory. I'm pretty sure they will be continuing to be a menace next year. So Leo da Vinci managed to get 7 out of 7 and eliminate the Japanese master. Well, will you look at this? And also Pyro, so dedicated. It's now in the middle of the night in Japan, and yet they're still playing their second attempt. They were playing this morning. Actually, they were knocked out by my teammates. The morning went a bit better from Latvia than the evening did. Wow, what a showing from Leo here. Okay, now the moment of truth. So I guess there are a few games still in progress. I want to refresh and see if the tournament has actually finished. No, it has not. So who's still playing? First of all, who has already qualified? Wait. Helga on 7 out of 7. Well, will you look at that? This also means that the tournament doesn't last long enough because there are 2 players on 7 out of 7. Possi, Kinkelodian, now Nahim qualified. Okay, now it's gonna be a difficult day tomorrow for many people. Vladimir, 6 out of 7. Claudio Jorquera, 6 out of 7. Siegfried, 6 out of 7. And probably, and maybe a couple of more people. So Maran is still playing. We have to look at him. So we're gonna have more than 8 players. Yeah, this is... Wait, everybody's finished, no? In progress. Maran, Kurkan versus CT, and Maran qualifies as well with 6 out of 6, eliminating the quintuple CT from Hong Kong. Well, has the tournament been done? I think so. 7, 7, 7. No, somebody's still playing? No, not really. Everybody who has played 6th game has already either been eliminated or just left the tournament. I think that's it. No, okay, let me just scroll again. Maybe somebody at the lower tables? Finished, 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 finished. And after 3.5 hours of playing, we are done for this stage of the tournament. So we congratulate Helga of Sweden, Rui Costa of Portugal, Marian Kurkan of Romania, Possi of Czechia, Kinkelodian of Spain, Vladimir, Claudio Jorquera of Chile, Siegfried of Hungary, Nahim of Finland. And that's it. We have 9 qualified players, which actually makes it a bit awkward for everyone. So here's how the format is going to start. First of all, before I explain how the mini players are going to start, let me just quickly open the Discord where everything is happening. I just want to stay up to date with the organizers here. So how will they organize the playoffs with 9 people? Okay, so here's what's happening. The message in Discord is like this. It will take a little while to gather everyone and for the organizers to explain what's happening. So the playoffs are actually starting at only 2300 UTC, which is 20 minutes from now. And it is possible that we might not witness everything until the end, although I hope that we would. But at least let's stay for one playoff round. So first of all, I'm going to say what I think is going to happen, and then I'm going to just double check the rules and then see how the system works. So with 8 in the morning qualifier, 8 players qualified. That was actually pretty easy. So I'm just going to show you what happened in the morning real quick. So these were the 8 qualified players. And then one of the reasons why we need to take a break is to arrange them from 1 to 8. So obviously, the first 2 places belong to Helga and Leo, and then I guess they're like multiple players tied for 3rd. But then how you arrange them further. So you can see that Board Game Arena has given them places, but it doesn't really work that way because the tiebreakers on Board Game Arena, to be honest, I'm not even sure how they work, but they don't really have to do anything with tournament performance. So what the Mind Sports Olympiad does, they have their own tiebreakers, and for the majority of the event, at least for the 2-player events, they use a tiebreaker from chess, which is called Buchholz, or Buchholz coefficient, or improved Buchholz coefficient. And that is the sum of the points gained by your opponent. And it is as objective as possible as a metric can be. How do you say which one of 2 players who have the same number of points is sort of better? So if you've played against players who also won a lot of games themselves, and so then they would have, so then the sum of points gained by your opponents in the tournament would be greater in that case. And then it is presumed that you played against stronger players, so it was harder for you. So let's say if Maran, for example, were to play against... Yeah, so for example, by the way, so the players who will be getting an advantage out of these guys, so whoever of them played against Helgi and Leo da Vinci will take a bump in the standings, because that 7 here will be added to their Buchholz coefficient, to their total, to the sum of the points of their opponents. But I think Buchholz is actually the second tiebreaker. If I'm not mistaken, the first tiebreaker is something that's called improved Buchholz, or at least I'm translating from Russian literally. Maybe English has a different name. It's the same idea, except that you sum all the scores of your opponents and you take away the lowest one. And this is to make sure that there's a bit less randomness, because, for example, you don't really get to control who you play in the first round. And if you got your and if you won against a player who didn't do so well in the tournament, well, then you're not getting many Buchholz points from them. So then there's that idea. And then when that is done, if these improved Buchholzes for 2 players are equal, then they look at the actual Buchholz. So then the second tiebreaker is that we actually add that 7th player or that 6th player with whom they played against. And then we look at their points too. Hopefully, I experienced. I explained it somewhat reasonably. Crafty's saying I think they use Buchholz. You mean not improved Buchholz? Really? Okay, let's have a look. Let's actually see. Well, it does say only Buchholz, but it could be just shorthand for improved Buchholz. So let's see, 34 points. I'm pretty sure that's improved Buchholz, because in order to get 34 points... Wait, no. 34 points, so you play 7 games, right? So this means that it's just under 35. So you're averaging an opponent who scored 5 points. That actually sounds about right, because I expect 71st to have played with most of these players, basically. So he must have played with a lot of players on 6 points, and maybe some with 4 and 5. Yeah, so maybe it's just Buchholz, which should actually make the calculations easier. Note that Board Game Arena has some different tiebreakers, which I'm pretty sure are not Buchholz, because they're just so weird. Then the final standings might differ quite radically from what we're seeing over here. And these would be just the final standings for this stage of the tournament. These final standings would simply determine the pairings for the playoffs. So for example, here, as you can see the pairing determined, then it's 1st against 8th, 2nd against 7th, 3rd against 6th, 4th against 5th, and so on. With 9 players, it's a bit more convoluted. So I think last year we had 9 players, and what happened was, so first of all, because there were 9 players, first of all, 8th and 9th player, they had to play against each other, and that was also a best of 3 series. And whoever won was going to play the rest of the tournament, and then whoever lost. So it was just like one battle for 8th place, basically. And after the 8th and 9th place settled it between themselves, and everybody was waiting for them, then the usual system. So 1st against the winner of the pair 8th and 9th, 7 against 2, 3 against 6, 4 against 5. So that's why it kind of takes for organizers time to arrange, because first of all, they need to quite manually figure out the Buchholz, then arrange the players, then send notifications. Then I can understand why organizing such a tournament is difficult. Then typically somebody, like, you need to then start looking for players, because during the break, like, somebody disappears. Well, we had an occasion 2 years ago, quite famously, how one particular player just disappeared and then didn't play in a tournament particularly. Those of you who know. So this is how the format works. So most of the players in Discord have confirmed their availability for the playoffs. And I guess we're starting in some 13 minutes. So let me just double check. Let me just read the chat a little bit. Then after that, I'm going to announce a break for everybody to rehydrate and to replenish the stock of hot beverages, to rest a little bit and start producing fully formed sentences again. So, oh, thank you, Elias, for confirming. Okay, so what are we having? It's actually very close to what I said. Instead of the improved Buchholz, it would be something like doubly improved Buchholz. So instead of taking away the 2 lowest scores. Oh, instead of taking one lowest score of all your opponents, they take two lowest scores away. But then I wonder, 34 for 71st, is that actually taking away two of his lowest scores? Because, okay, let's think about this. Like, hypothetically, the maximum Buchholz that he could have is 7 times 6, which is 42. So you win against everybody, and let's presume that everybody against whom you win scores 6 points. But this does seem quite unlikely because, well, there are over 150 players, and in the first round you're played randomly. So then if you win against them, then the chances of them after that winning 6 games in a row and providing you with these Buchholz points are actually pretty low. But maybe that's the case. So let's see. Buchholz drop 2. How could this happen? Maybe he played... Actually... No, wait. If this were Buchholz drop 2, this means that these 36 points must be comprised of only 5 players, of only 5 scores. Because let's say if you take away 2 lowest scores from 7 scores, you only have 5 scores. The maximum possible is 6 times 5, which is 30. So this can't be Buchholz drop 2, so it has to be the actual Buchholz, I think. Which would be full Buchholz, the sum of all the opponent's scores without ignoring any opponents. Oh, the progressive Buchholz is interesting, but it's not the first tiebreaker. Although that's not what I expected. I knew like of a different Buchholz type where your points are multiplied. So if you get a win, then you get the full points from your opponent. If you get a tie, then you get half of their points. And if you lose, you get 0 of the points. This type of tiebreaker isn't used a lot because I don't think it's entirely fair, and many people don't consider it entirely fair. Because this sort of approach would equate all the losses, whereas not all the losses are created equal. So losing against a very strong player or somebody who did very well in the tournament should be considered better than losing against a weaker player or somebody who didn't do so well in the tournament. Crafty is saying that maximum Buchholz will be 31 in this case. Yeah, for Hotley. And for 71st, it will be 30 because he can't get a 7 because he can't play himself. Whereas everybody else, of course, could get Hotley and score 31. Yeah, also an interesting thing about Buchholz is that most of the time, in most tournaments, and I'm really surprised by this isn't the case here, the player in first place actually doesn't have the highest Buchholz, but they typically have the second highest Buchholz or something like this. The reason is because the first player cannot play against themselves. And so then they have more points than anybody, and so they add to everybody else's Buchholz, but they don't play the leader because they are the leader. So they get a bit less Buchholz points. Not that it matters, because this means that they just won the tournament without any tiebreakers. Anyway, that was all from the first qualifier, and we have the results of that. I'm just going to check the Discord and see if we have any updates. So I'm just reading from the Discord. Because we have 9 people who have 6+ wins, this means that the playoffs are slightly more complex than they were this morning. We will be eliminating 5 players and progressing forward to tomorrow's finals, which we organized right here at 1200 UTC. Oh, that's kind of early. I kind of need to sleep then. Because I also want to go for a morning run or something and get some physical exercise in. To feel fresh. Yep. So basically, it is what I told. So the 8th and the 9th place will now need to play a match that everybody else will be watching and waiting. And then once the 8th and 9th place are done, then we will be watching a normal style playoff. Oh, thank you, Ludo. That's actually super helpful. So you know what? I'm going to just take a little break now. We're going to reconvene in 6 minutes. And then by the time all the rules will be already explained, and then I'll just read them to you again. So let me just get this. And also actually need to prepare the scoreboard. Although the scoreboard I will do a little bit later. Once we actually know the players. But yeah, there is going to be a scoreboard. No, it's not going to be 1955. It's going to be 2300. So we are back. Nothing really has changed much, as you can see. Well, you can see the rules in the chat, but it's basically what I said. Elias is saying that Saturday players should be best of one. I rather disagree. I mean, they could become too long, but it's only because it's unfortunate because it's 9 players, right? With 8 players, I think the length would have been just fine. And if we were to make these playoffs best of one, it's pretty much the same as having an 8-round tournament. So we might just have an 8-round tournament, which actually would maybe not be such a bad idea. Given the fact that there are 2 players with 7 wins. So maybe after past a certain number of participants, that will be something for organizers to look into. Though there are pros and cons, right? So the pros are, of course, it's 1 extra game for everybody. That's fun. And then we get fewer players in the playoffs, just because 9 is indeed a bit too many. Actually, you know what? I've been streaming for so long, so my phone just died, so I'm gonna need to plug that in. So I'm gonna be back with you in a minute, but I promise there isn't too many updates. Wait. There are. Okay. I still need to do this. I'll be back with you in like 30 seconds. We're getting some updates in Discord. Sound. I forgot to turn on the sound, but now I did. But I promise you, I wasn't really saying anything particularly meaningful. Actually, I was, but like, okay. Yeah, thank you, Ludo, for posting the pairings. And I guess I'll just spend a couple of minutes on preparing the scoreboard. Which won't take too long. And then you'll see everything on the board. Oh, I was saying one interesting thing. In addition to Buchholz, there's another tiebreaker, which is timeouts. And in the first qualifier, nobody nobody spent all their time in particular games, but in the second qualifier, Mars 15 and Siegfried timed out in one of the games. There's no penalty for that in this, like in most tournaments. You actually don't lose your game, but as a tiebreaker, it counts as a negative. So they are 8th and 9th place respectively, and they are the ones who will have to face off each other in the first round. The match has already started, so I will comment on that a little bit later, but I really want to take care of that scoreboard. It should take just really not too much time. Mars 15. All right, so I think with that we're done. Let me just turn that off. Okay, I actually need to move that a little bit. Perfect. I think that's what we need. No, let me just move a little bit further. Yes. Do let me know if it ever gets in the way of the game. I think it should be relatively clear. So these are our pairings. We started with just Mars 15 versus Siegfried. And then when that is done, then there are all the other matches. But to be honest, the stream has been so long. And I also have to play tomorrow, so it might be the case that we will have to stop just after Mars 15 and Siegfried. Of course, this is something that I wouldn't miss. Oh, but round 2 matches are also already in progress, because it makes no sense for them to wait. So it's actually only Helga who has to wait for this opponent, whereas second against 7th and 3rd against 6th and 4th against 5th are all playing. So this is the first game between Siegfried of Hungary and Mars 15 of Romania. Hi, Philip. Oh, wait. Yeah, I actually need to open the correct thing. Yeah, I did. You should be seeing this. Yeah, you're seeing the game. Okay. All is good. Whew. So what are we having here? Maran with very bright and clear black meeples, although I guess I shouldn't be calling them bright black. It's very much the opposite of bright, but they're super clear, very visible for our tired eyes. Or at least for my tired eyes. And of course the players' tired eyes as well. It is now 1 a.m. in Romania and midnight in Hungary. A bit earlier here where I am, but still getting kind of late. So we will be focusing mostly on one match, but let me actually try and open all the others just in case. It should be pretty interesting. Leo da Vinci versus Nahim, so that we can peek at all of them a little bit. So Nahim's playing yellow for a change, against Leo da Vinci of Portugal. Already has his two meeples tied together, just like in games against Complex VNH earlier. It didn't cost Nahim the tournament, but let's see if it's different this time. Vladimir against Claudio Jorquera. Claudio with an early monastery. There's a field tide now with a monastery cluster. Yeah, that's quite the advantage for Claudio already, but 8 points on the scoreboard and a little teeny city is maybe something useful for the play with the black meeples here. Oops, so this was the same link, so I need to open the final game that's remained, and this is King Collodion of Spain versus Poissy 118. Quite a blocky position. The Spaniard with his blue meeples already has quite the advantage, 8 points on the scoreboard, and really annoying block over here. So for example, if you look at this block, like not only is this meeple trapped here for a long time, it actually forced a point sacrifice. So Poissy was not able to score for this 4-point road because he didn't want, rightfully so, expose a blocking platform against this here square. So he will need to wait until a dagger tile, and as I said many times today, there are 2 dagger tiles like this that are remaining. And that'll be, could be quite a long tile, quite a long time until he draws them, if he ever draws them. But let's go back to our main and most interesting game. They are dropping some farmers. And I'm a bit surprised about that. I wonder if the second farmer here is a bit of an overreaction by Maran. But maybe not. I know that he sometimes starts dubious looking fields, but then they all tend to grow. And this also appears to be the case here. So, some interesting things about this position now. This is the last starting tile that has been drawn. So there are no more starting tiles available. And this is the reason why black didn't start a new city over here. If he were to start a new city over here, which would potentially give him 8 points, Siegfried would have instantly gone over here and blocked its square, using the fact that there are no such tiles available anymore. So Maran is starting a new city instead, which is not on his field, but if he draws a road monastery for this square, this could be on his field. He now expands his field and also tries to block Siegfried's meeple over here. There are still 2 left-handed daggers that would fit into that square, but then if black gets some sort of straight line, he can go here, 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 block that square. So what else are we having? Siegfried is quite wisely not trying to save his meeple too hard. Instead, he's trying to block Maran's meeple. Okay, my voice is kind of tired, so I will now speak significantly softer. I hope y'all can still hear me. Now, the reason why this block is powerful is because there's still plenty of Dorito tiles available. There's still 4 Dorito tiles available. And for some reason, when I speak softer, my accent changes. Hopefully you don't mind this too much. Now, if Siegfried draws a Dorito tile, he will go over here and block this square, blocking Maran's city meeple, and also severely restricting both of his farmers. This actually looks like a tricky position for Maran. Moreover, Siegfried could accomplish the block in a different way. He could just get a curve here. And then, because there are no starting tiles available, this square will be automatically blocked. He's now trying to inflict further damage on Mars who really doesn't have anything better to do than just go over here, I guess. Continue his city, or he could just ignore his city, bury his meeple, finish the grieving in the morning, and instead continue his city on the right. Now, his city on the right is also pretty darn interesting. You see, it started with your good old Ukrainian technique against 2 monasteries. Because Siegfried managed to stack 2 of his red monasteries, Black was concerned with their growth and placed this city meeple to control these 2 monasteries. And now this tile is just playing a game of chicken. So this now makes sure that Siegfried cannot really use a city cap, because if he uses a city cap, Mars could suddenly finish a 10-point city, which is not something that Siegfried wants, or any of our Hungarian fans. So instead, Siegfried will need to wait for maybe one of the 2 remaining cow tiles and place them here, to finish one of his monasteries and then leave the city under the other monastery's control. But before that happens, Maran could simply block the square, leave himself a couple of dagger options, and then decide whether he wants to try and complete the city himself, or maybe leave that square blocked, develop a ruin, and play with 1 meeple against both monasteries of red. Mars with a monastery. Looking to start a new monastery, and that makes a lot of sense. It's 5 points, and it's so nicely covered up because there's still 4 tiles that fit into that square. So he will be getting 2 points for a road, an extra monastery road point, and then also he will be leaving this 3-point road over here, and then with another crossroads he can get 4 points for the road and 1 more for the monastery. Like, this sort of monasteries are so powerful. It's not about the monastery themselves, it's about the extra points that you gain whilst building them up. But a nearly game-deciding move here for Siegfried. It has to be just absolutely devastating. Mars gets blocked on this square. This meeple is a ruin. It can, Black can live with this, because it has a bunch of points and it can be developed. But this move restricts the farm so much. And if I know Siegfried, then he really likes playing against farms. And he is going to go over here. And he's going to limit the farm even further. Because theoretically Mars could still... Well, actually, he can still do this. He can get a couple of curves. For example, if I'm Mars, what I'm planning to do is, if I get just a simple curve, and there's still 5 of those remaining, I place them here and leave it alone. Then I score 4 points, give myself 2 green squares and a blocking platform against this guy. The problem with that idea is that you're playing the reigning world vice champion, who can see right through that stuff. And a truly masterful move here from Siegfried. So the purpose of this move is just basically preventing the entire idea that I just explained. It is still possible to develop the field, but it's much harder. So either we need to get a combo of something like curve, crossroads, which is still doable. So imagine this, curve, crossroads. These are 4 points, and a lot of green squares for development. Then we get a road monastery and score 5 points if there's a crossroads here for a road. Then it's even more green squares, and we put pressure against the square. If we do get a road monastery beforehand, then it can be a tricky decision. Do we place it over here and sacrifice points just for field development? Or maybe next time we try to be more careful with our meeples and we don't drop farmers too early in the first place. Maybe Second option is a bit more favorable. But then, again, I really don't want to be too critical here because, like, sometimes these early farmers work so well for the Romanian player. And for his brother as well. They both love these kind of things. Well, especially Maran. Although it didn't work so well in the semifinals of the 2022 European Championship when he managed to get 2 of his farmers blocked with just 6 points in total against a Ukrainian expert. And actually, at the moment, we are sort of headed to that situation, but there's still chances to develop the field. So absolutely no need to discount the play with the black meeples here. Another thing that Maran could do is simply draw a splitter. Go over here, finish a city for 8 points, get yourself a field point, voila, problem solved. But it is predicated on him drawing a unique tile. So we're going to see if he's able to do that. Also, whilst I'm speaking, I made a decision. We are streaming this round, but then after this we're stopping. So the way it's happening now, we have 4 games in parallel. We have 2nd against 7th, 3rd against 6th, 4th against 5th. And these pairings you can see on the board, on the scoreboard on the right. What we're witnessing now is the battle for 8th. Then after that, when everything is finished, then they will play against Helga, who is just patiently waiting in 1st place. And this is the one match that we're just not going to stream. Because it has been a long time. And well, first, I doubt that I will be able to keep up the quality of the commentary for this time. And I don't want to just stream, I want to do it really, really well. So that it is also interesting and enjoyable for y'all. And second, I also have to play tomorrow. Chances are I have to play against these guys. And you see, they're not easy guys to play against. World champion, world runner-up. So yeah, I definitely want to be well rested and like do some physical exercise in the morning and yeah, so that's why after this it's a wrap. But also I'm pretty sure that some of y'all are maybe tired of watching by now. But anyway, so this is the kind of fairly slow position. I think we're going to be switching to the other game in a second. Just want to point out some interesting setups that Maran is making. So he's now trying to score a city cap here. Maybe he specifically hopes for something like this, so that he would be able to score 4 points with an umbrella, and then he would get the regular crossers and score 4 points here, and then maybe one more monastery to score here, but this is something that can be prevented by Siegfried. Now, another interesting thing that Siegfried did, he actually chose to invade Black City, which now gives Black a different game plan. Now a crucial strategic maneuver is to go upstairs with a suitable road tile, which Maran for sure knows. So let's say if he draws a curve, he wants to go over here, then block this square, thus blocking 2 monasteries and the shared city. And if he's not successful, at the very least he wants to block the invasion. Maran gets his money tile. Oh, he has to be so happy about this. The one tile that actually makes his game worth playing. So he gets 8 points for a city, a meeple back, and develops the field. What a bailout. And he manages to do so before Siegfried draws one of the countless tiles that connect to the city. Let's see if the Hungarian player manages to keep his composure. He still has a good position, but now the game is balanced. He decides to go for a monastery. He's also preparing to finish his monastery at the top. Maran with a city cap, a fantastic tile with a variety of uses. So what could we do? Oh yeah, blocking the monastery, obviously. Great move. So this monastery is completely blocked because there's no starting tile that fit into this square. Siegfried finishes his city. Gets himself 8 points, a meeple back, but also gives 3 points for Maran's field. Maran with a lovely, lovely tile. The Dorito with the road. An obvious move that he must be thinking about is going over here and starting a new city and pre-finishing his monastery. The thing that he needs to think about is how likely is that city to get blocked. And the answer is not likely enough to forego this move, probably. And that's why he goes for it. A dagger tile is drawn by Siegfried with no particularly good use, although he could maybe try and inflict some damage here, but how exactly? I'm not sure. He still has the scoreboard lead. He has the 2 extra monasteries to pretty much compensate for the field. So overall a very, very equal game, but I think if Mars finishes the city, then he has the advantage. But there's some strategic things that Siegfried can do. If only he can successfully manage to block this square, then he will keep this 3-point farmer of Mars stranded and not allow this farmer to go over here and support the main farmer. This will mean that the main 12-point farm will be vulnerable for invasions. And in the future, Siegfried could drop 1 farmer to equalize, or even 2 farmers to overrun the field with his future meeple majority, which he can get by drawing a Dorito tile to recover 1 or 2 of his monastery meeples at the top. This is not something that he can do right now, but it is surely something that he's planning for the future as one of his possible win conditions. In the meantime, Nahim is suffering on the scoreboard against Leo da Vinci. That is pretty interesting, although that was to be expected given that we saw that awkward configuration of cities tying together. And what might be surprising is that Yellow is kind of suffering despite the fact that they got the splitter to separate one of their cities and get 10 points in a meeple back, and the other city is a profitable enough ruin. So actually they're not doing too shabby. Maybe this blocked meeple has to hurt. Well, the game is actually about to end, so let's see if they manage to do anything about their situation. Is it really just the scoreboard where they're suffering? Well, I guess so. Green does have more fields. That does not feel good if you're Finnish. This has to feel fantastic if you're Portuguese. 9 points here, 9 points here, 6 points here. Just a 6-point field for Nahim. And I was going to say that his features, like the 7-point monastery and his 8-point city, actually compensate or almost compensate the difference on the scoreboard. And he will invade the field, or at least try to invade the field to get himself the extra 9 points. But since Leo drew one of the invasion tiles, I wonder if this square has already been fully blocked. Well, Leo has over 2.5 minutes to figure out this position. Just scores 4 points for a city. Nahim does not get his invading tile. Oh, so it was actually 2 and 3 chance of invading. But he didn't draw it. So from Leo's perspective, actually what he should have done on the penultimate move, instead of scoring 4 points, he should have gone over here and dropped a counter farmer to not allow Nahim to draw a straight line and connect. But then he figured that he would be winning anyway, so why bother necessarily? And we can see that yellow almost ties on the scoreboard before the fields are counted, but when the fields are counted, the difference is much greater. 17 points is the win. Wait, no. More. Oh no, 17 points it is. So we congratulate Leo for defeating the player with the highest rated player in the field. That's what it is. But of course they still have to win one more time. Yeah, I may have forgot to mention that all of these players are best of 3. So okay, hi Vika, hi Mingo. Yes, more interesting games are coming up indeed. And let's see. So the second table, Claudio Jorquera managed to win against Vladimir with 20 points quite confidently. Let's see if they managed to win the second game too. And on our final table, 7 tiles remaining in King Collodion versus Posse 118. And with 2 extra meeples and 20 points extra on the scoreboard, I'm going to go ahead and assume that the Czech player is going to have this. There's just one thing that I need to check. There's some blocked meeples against the Spaniard. Just as there were blocked meeples against the Czech player. Wait. We saw this position in the opening, and it looked rather dreadful for red, so red apparently managed to turn this around. The thing that I want to check, can King Collodion invade the city over here? And I think the answer is no. So in the set of Carcassonne, there are 5 tiles that fit into the square, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all 5 of them on the board. So this is no longer possible. So I wonder if we were dealing with an abnormal draw. Maybe this square was secured early and then Posse just drew a lot of Doritos. Or maybe it was placed after all of the Doritos were drawn, just to make sure that a horse doesn't fit there. I'm pretty sure that the Czech player does manage to convert this, although now that I think about this, there's a 9-point field and there's an 8-point monastery. Nope, still not enough. So soon enough, the Czech player will be winning. In the meantime, our highest rated matchup, or the matchup between the two of the more famous players, is also the one which is the most interesting. Siegfried does indeed try to go the farming route, and he does score 9 points over here for the farm. So remember that dagger over here, he actually went for farming straight away, then scored points. And he is thinking of maybe connecting the field later, but he doesn't really have to because it's only 3 points extra. He's just happy with a 9-point field here. He's now trying to invade Mars's city over here, which the Romanian player was going to complete. But he is not going to complete it because there are no splitter tiles available. So either both of these meeples see the light of day or they don't. But something was accomplished by Maran. By creating the city threat, he forced red to use this last meeple, and now red can't score. And the reason why red can't score is because his 2 monasteries were successfully blocked by Maran. Yeah, this is one of the possible outcomes of the Ukrainian technique that I haven't mentioned that often. So when you start a city like this, if your opponent chooses to attack, then you can block that square, and then your opponent loses 3 meeples, and then you lose just 1. Marian now getting a crossroad tiles. Siegfried is now trying to save his bacon here, because Marian is preparing to draw one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 remaining straight lines that go over here. And that's allow him to overrun the field. Or, worst case scenario, Mars can just invest one more meeple to go like this. Yeah, I think the Romanian player has probably got it. Although, I'm not sure. Like, I need to remind you all that Siegfried has these 2 monasteries and they're gonna score 16 points. And in a closed position, 16 points is a lot. So maybe if Marian does not connect these fields, he actually does not win. Note that there's only one Dorito tile available that fits into the square, and a fantastic draw for Marian. He gets to take 4 points, completely block this meeple. I'm not sure if it was even alive. And then sets up not only a field connection, but also extra 6 points for a road. Like, you couldn't wish for a better draw like this, but one of the 2 straight lines is drawn by the Romanian, by the Hungarian. So this means that we are in a big coin flip. Either Mars gets 6 points for the road and 9 extra and 12 extra for his field, or he gets zilch. So it's between 18 and 0. And one of the possible wins for Siegfried is exactly a move like this. Simply trying to prevent the option of Mars drawing another farmer to invade, and then just hoping that he's going to win the coin flip. Siegfried finally gets a tile to connect to the city. The downside is that it's not a Dorito. With a Dorito, he would connect to the city and also finish it immediately, giving himself at least 1 meeple to score quick points. But you still have to do it just to take care of those points, really. There's not much that you can do as the player with the red meeples. And then you just hope for the straight line. Note that something interesting happened. This monastery has not been finished. This means that 3 out of the 4 crossroads have been drawn by Siegfried. But even though the 4th crossroads was drawn by Marian, obviously he didn't place it over here because he had another priority. He needed to block these 2 red meeples. Marian drops a farmer, and I think I like this move, although actually no, I don't think it, well, maybe I do. It sort of depends. Does it give us any extra winning chances? Because he's trying to invade through here. And the point of that move is that if our opponent gets the straight line, then we still have the chance to use this square for an invasion. And as for these extra 6 points from the road, we don't really need them. So basically with this move, Maran is trying to give him a couple of extra win percentage points. And that actually works quite well, because there was 1 more monastery remaining, so Siegfried had to go over here and block. And I think the reason actually this is a good move, because in that particular event, if Siegfried were to draw a straight line like right now, or right at that time, Siegfried would have not been able to block the monastery. Like, he would have gone over here, but then Marian would have gotten the monastery and connected. Wait. What's the last tile? Is that a curve? think that's a curve. So the Romanian player, despite his best efforts, I guess is just incredibly, unbelievably unlucky. So first of all, he didn't get the straight line. Then, Siegfried successfully restricted the square toward the 50-50. Yeah, here's the final curve. Because there were, like, look at this. After this move, Maran had 4 tiles with which he could connect to the field. Siegfried drew the first one, then used it to restrict it to a 50-50, leaving only the curve. Still, after that, great chances. 2 tiles that Mars can draw in order to connect, leaving him at that time a 1, 2, 3, 5 and 6 chance in order to win. Then Siegfried draws the straight line, denies this meeple. And then Siegfried draws the curve, denies this meeple. So just the last sequence, like it's 1 in 6 chance for that to happen. But before that, Siegfried would also need to draw a curve. Like it's the draw, like it has to hurt if you're Maran. But Maran wins anyway. But Maran wins anyway. So I guess, but here's the thing. Yeah, he just had a lot of points from this ruin and everything. But what Maran must have calculated, and I think the reason why he placed a farmer over here, was because he decided that it is important to spend the meeple. Because from his perspective, there was still 1 city cap available. And that 1 city cap could have been used by Siegfried to go over here, get a meeple back. And then maybe with a good draw, like meeple a 6-point field and just win by 1 point or something. So Maran made sure, first of all, that he already spends a meeple, because if Siegfried is getting himself a meeple, he's also giving one Maran a meeple back, so then he spends a meeple, so that he has another meeple to use. And then he also made sure that if Siegfried were to get that city cap tile, he would have been forced to use the city cap tile as a blocking tile and would not have been able to actually get that shared city going. So that move was probably 100% win. Just fantastic, fantastic stuff. Yeah, so Maran, again, like he does this again with these extremely, extremely dubious looking farmers. And the second one does end up being quite questionable, yeah. Even though this guy managed to outscore this 1-point city cap, so it's just a +2 winning mini battle. Because like this farm is blocked, but this city cap of red is blockeder. And yeah, it's quite fascinating actually. Like the Ukrainian technique over here that managed to stop the development of Siegfried monasteries. Siegfried played excellent field restriction. Just towards the end, attacked the field and then got re-attacked. Fascinating, fascinating game. So the 2019 world champion Maran Korkan takes the lead in that duel. I'll just check the results from Posse and Kingleton, which I'm sure we'll know. And Posse does indeed win by 20 points. So you can see the score on the screen. The highest rated player won in 2 out of 4 cases. And before we look at the second game, let's take a 2-minute break to hydrate. And we are back. I see that Portugal is not sleeping, supporting Rui Costa, who just defeated Otto Ikonen in game 1. So I'm going to be opening the second games. Well, actually, I don't have the links yet, so I probably will need to find them myself. So I want to prioritize Mars versus Siegfried, although I guess we'll go by position. So the thing is, like, both Mars and Siegfried, especially Siegfried, are fairly slow players. And I mean that in the best possible sense, like, they're really, really thoughtful. Look at that! Maran just can't help himself. He again has his farmer blocked for 6 points. Okay, I was going to say that, like, you know, but Maran, he's a world champion. He can, like, swindle this around. He finds those hilarious ways how he can grow big fields. Not that one, my guy. Not that one. Like, this meeple will stay trapped for 6 points. That's it. That's guaranteed. Oh, lordy, lordy. Now, Siegfried is now threatening a 10-point city over here. Wait, with a 14-point city. And there's not much that Maran can do about it. He wants a tile to invade, but he can't. So instead, he starts a new monastery for 3 points, and he also tries to block the invasion of a road that Red is threatening, and happily for him, he gets instantly a tile that fits there. And he should go over here. He gets 2 points. He gives Red a meeple back, but he also gives a meeple back to himself from the big road. He sets up some room for... Man, this is not easy. He sets up some room for more monasteries and stuff. But Siegfried finishes a big city. And now it's a game. And the Hungarian player has the advantage again. 5 points on the scoreboard. But an extra meeple. I think that's going to make all the difference. So what Siegfried now needs to do is create a big field. And that's pretty much it. I wonder if he does so now or later. But actually, now that I think about this, Maran still has a chance to withstand the pressure here. If he manages to get a city cap and drop a second city, then he will be finishing a city and dropping a farmer. Okay, let me just open the second game. So what is happening on other tables? Poissy is equal on the scoreboard with the Spaniard, but this position actually looks pretty good for Spain because Poissy has a semi-blocked city over here. There's only one tile remaining that fits into that square. That's the cow tile. Then Poissy gets a city cap tile, probably to start a new city, but King Collodion now just equalized Red's monastery, so he's doing fine. He has healthy looking cities at the top. Maybe Red could try and get a Dorito tile and unify his semi-blocked city with the healthiest city of Blue. But this is predicated on him drawing a Dorito tile before Blue manages to get a Dorito tile himself, and also dodging a splitter tile, which would actually still separate the two cities. And I was about to say that Blue has the better road, so it seems to me that in this particular duel, the Spaniard is heading toward the comeback. But then again, in the first game, I said that the Spaniard was ahead until he suddenly wasn't, so you never know what's going to happen. Vladimir against Claudio, equalish position. Some interesting setups here. Actually looks pretty good for Vladimir. And yeah, it looks really, really good. Okay, that's so interesting. So we have 10 tiles remaining, and I think we now need to focus on this game. And one of the remaining tiles is a starting tile, which would fit over here. Let me just zoom in a little bit. And complete a medium-sized city for Vladimir. Claudio has fewer meeples, but that's because they're well invested. Long road here. What else? 8-point monastery here, 6-point monastery here. Vladimir with a 6-point field, 6-point city, 3-point city, and meeples to spend, and now he has a chance to get some quick point for himself, which is a welcome addition to his scoreboard. He now takes the temporary lead. One extra road point for Claudio. Probably another scoring move for Vladimir. What we could expect. Yeah, he's really crushing with those meeples. But actually, given how few tiles are remaining, instead of scoring 4 points, he might actually just go over here and take a city. So it really depends on what tiles are remaining. I think 4 points are better. Because if you go over here, given the fact that there's still a starting tile remaining, you really don't want to give back the opportunity for your opponents to score 4 easy points. Well, 5 easy points, 1 for the road and 1 for the city cap. At least if you go here, you're only exposing one thing, 1 city cap. No. I mean, yeah, you're exposing a city cap, but you're not giving your opponent the extra road points, so that's not that bad. Also, given the fact that the game is close, like, you have to be really, really precise here. I don't think you can just afford to take points thoughtlessly. Let me try and check something else. I see now that green has a big threat over here. He's actually threatening to finish a city with a Dorito. No, with a dagger tile. Because 1, 2, and I don't see the third dagger tile. So there's actually still 1 tile that fits into this square. And then he'd be getting the field points as well. Actually, that was a great move for Vladimir, dropping a farm and setting up the completion of a city with a splitter. He now probably needs to go somewhere here, score for the main field. Oh no, that's better. That's a better move. Claudio now gets a splitter, drops a farmer. Man, this ending is great. And now he can take out a city cap in Vladimir's field. Still the starting tile up for grabs. It's still possible for green to finish the monastery over here and meeple the new road for 6 points. Yeah, actually I think green is the favorite to win here. It looks like Vladimir needs specifically the starting tile, which he does not get, but he does get the curve, which will not be used here by Claudio. But I wonder if actually it's Vladimir we go there. Vladimir, rather. Because you would be taking 6 points, you would be giving 1 point to your opponent, but you would also be giving him a meeple. But you have to ask yourself, is there even time for them to use that meeple? Because if their tile is something like this city cap over here, which they would probably use to finish their city, then that extra meeple they can't use. And this is why Vladimir is actually taking a 6 point road and giving Claudio Monastery meeple back. And, well, it actually does end up helping Claudio quite a bit, because he gets the starting tile, and with that I believe they've win in this match. And he could go over here and score 5 points for the city. There's no real point in cleaning up a city cap in Vladimir's city. You just probably go for the highest scoring move, unless there is a compelling reason not to do so, which I don't believe there is. Yeah, quite unfortunate tiles draws for black towards the end, it may seem at first sight. Even though this move here was great, it was setting up the splitter here. Oh, there's another splitter. Okay. So I guess he was counting whether it was worth to spend this tile on just a 1-point block, and he decided against that because that would be too big of a point sacrifice. So Vladimir finishes his city and expands his farm. And I might have miscounted some daggers, I'm not sure. Yeah, I miscounted the daggers, so this city was already dead. But a curve is drawn by Claudio, and not really sure who won here. I think Claudio should have it. He has like the long road and stuff, and he has a 6-point field. Although Vladimir has 2 6-point fields. And if I know anything about math, is that 2 times 6 is greater than 6. But a monastery for Claudio. And wait, is this gonna be a tie? No, Vladimir is gonna win this by 1 because he has this one. Wait, really? No. He's not gonna win this by 1. I kind of forgot that Claudio has a field. Never mind. What you expect is what you get, and Claudio is the first one to qualify. So 2-0 Claudio Jorquera against Vladimir, and he's the first to qualify for tomorrow and join the 4 other players who have already qualified. So he will be joining them. He will be representing Chile again. So Jorimea won for Chile in 2023, and Claudio will be trying to repeat his teammate's feat. Hi Al, hi Crafty. Are we calling them Mars meeples now? Those little blocked meeples. Okay, let's have a... Oh yes, exactly. Vladimir has a completely blocked 6-point meeple. Okay, I'm calling those Mars meeples. But I guess the difference is that it wasn't at the start of the game. I presume it was at a much later stage, just by the shape of this map. Do let me know if you can actually still hear my voice when I'm speaking softer. But I assure you, it is the only option to carry through. Oh! No, that was still the previous game. I thought that Mars won the game. Won again. Okay. So, what are we doing here? We're updating the scoreboard. We're seeing how Maran is having difficulties in the second game. Precisely the kind of difficulties that I was expecting. Well, maybe a bit some extra difficulties because he has some new blocked meeples. Oh, he has to hurt so bad. So this guy over here and this guy over here are completely blocked because all of the 3 dagger tiles have gone out. This guy is blocked for obvious reasons. And the big field is about to belong to Siegfried, as he can invade in 2 squares, and he actually might do it right now. Siegfried is threatening a big city, but one single chance from Maran, which is trying to set up. If Maran gets a giraffe, or a cow, or some other unusual pet animal, well, no, I'm talking about the names of the tiles, of course. A giraffe, especially a giraffe, better than a cow, can go over here and then block this square, which would block Red's monastery and Red's city, whilst Black's monastery is safe. It's only 1 straight line away from recovery. Is it likely? No. But it's something that Maran has to hope for. Another saving grace in his position is this city over here. It has been all but covered up, and he just needs 1 city cap of any kind, plus 1 of the 2 remaining horses, in order to complete it. Now Maran decided to block Siegfried's city. He just did so a bit differently. So this wasn't the ideal sequence, but it is a complete block nonetheless. So this square is now blocked, which does block Red city. The downside is that it does not block Red's monastery. So when the tile is placed in this square, both of these meeples will be recovered. One for black, one for red. Still a good outcome for red, but not as good as red would have hoped for. In the meantime, no, not as good as black would have hoped for. A good outcome for black. Now, black is trying to not get blocked by red. And it is a bit hard to do, given the fact that we don't get a defense tile. And also, even if we were, well, that's an indirect defense tile that actually works enough. And there are anyway not that many tiles that fit into the square in the first place. So both splitters have gone out. So if we're looking at city caps, the only thing that fits are in fact two vanillas. But wait a second. Isn't Maran a genius? Suddenly this city is unblockable. Oh, would you look at this fascinating geometry? You know what? 1, 2, 3. There are two vanilla city tiles remaining. And there are two vanilla city tiles that fit into this square and into this square. Well, Siegfried gets one of them. So basically, it's not possible to put anything in this square that's blocked this square. So this means that this square was completely safe, and it is still now. So basically, Maran is hoping for vanilla plus one of the two horses. So that's a 37% chance of completing his city. A bit less with this number of remaining tiles. Siegfried is blocking quick point opportunities for both opponents, whilst also setting up a field connection opportunity which he might use. Either now or a little bit later, he might have to go over here and drop a farmer and try to connect through one of the remaining 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 remaining curves. The reason why you can't afford to be doing it now is the fact that you will be leaving yourself without meeples, and then you probably want to get some quick point tiles and try to score a little bit. I wonder if Siegfried now chooses to drop another farmer here and just get a complete stronghold on the field to have no questions about who's the lord of the field. Because the main field has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 completed cities on it for 18 points. Assuming that Maran finishes his city over here, which is his only path back into the game anyway, then this city will grow, this field will grow to 21 points. Maran will get this little 6-point farm upon the completion of the city. But then Siegfried just takes this 6-point farm in addition. And so that's wash. Like Maran gets 16 points for a city max. Or actually 16 points exactly. And Siegfried still has almost 16 on the scoreboard. He has 12. The monasteries are almost equal. And the big field should really do the job. Well, Maran has 6 points over here, let's not forget, but this 1-point block meeple is really what's hurting black. So I think probably dropping a farmer there would have sealed the deal. So as Maran, I think what I'm trying to do, okay, he goes for an invasion right now. You know what? Makes sense, makes sense. And the reason why it's safer to do so now than in his last move is the fact that in his last move, if you were to do that, then Siegfried can immediately reinvade very easily. But now Maran took pretty much the only available connection platform. Well, not the only, right? So Siegfried can still reinvade. And actually, he should go here now. But then at least some chances for black. So then his plan is invade the field, get his meeples back here, and when red invades, you try and go here and block that invasion. So now red is calculating whether it's even worth bothering. And I think it is, Because let's say, even if you don't invade yourself successfully, well, first of all, assuming that Mars gets himself a meeple back and completes the city, which again is still his only chance to get back into the game, then we will be getting a 6-point field ourselves, which is worth it. And on top of that, there is actually still a chance that Maran might win the field. The way this works is that he invades here, finishes the city, Siegfried draws something like a shieldless cow, which doesn't go in the square, and then he can just not invade. Then Maran gets a road tile, goes over here, invades the field on the last move, wins. But it proves not to be possible. By creating a threat of invasion. By the way, missed opportunity here from Maran, I think, but well, it's really difficult to recommend something. Actually, no, it's not a miss at all. Well, maybe a little bit. I would have probably placed this tile over here, because I see what happened here. Maran was sort of forced to use this tile to defend his field entrance, although maybe forced is a bit of a stretch. Maybe actually he should have still rolled the dice with it. It accidentally created an empty city cap, which also is a platform for invasion. Not necessarily with another city cap, but even with something like a cow tile. Siegfried can go over here and get a third meeple into the farm. So maybe from Black's perspective, it was just a little bit better to try and just hope not to get blocked, and then draw a road tile on the next move. But Black's plan is not going to work anyway, because Siegfried drew the second city cap for this square, and he's now dropping the farmer for the killer blow. Maran does get himself 3 extra city points, but the city will not be completed, and even if it were, it would not have been enough. Siegfried gets the curve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's still 2 more of those remaining, so I guess we invade first, we secure the majority on the field, and then after that we eat up Maran's meeple if we can. Also note how precise Siegfried is. He's first of all invading through the bottom rather than the top. And this is to maximize his score in this game, even though he's definitely winning. The reason why I want to go through the bottom, because let's say if you go through the top, then Maran can go over here and block the square and sort of not allow his 3-point meeple to be eaten up. But because Siegfried went for the bottom first, it's no longer possible, so Mars gets eaten up. Just like a chocolate bar. Siegfried with the big tile, looking to maybe score 3 points, or 4, that's better of course. But it will be quite the blowout. Look also, like, fantastic mindset from Mars. Do you see what he's doing? He's still fighting, he's still thinking. It's like 2 AM in Romania. But this move just decreases the number of points that Siegfried can score. So with this move, Siegfried was actually being very smart. He was knowing that the last 2 tiles are the cow and the monastery. And so he's actually trying to pre-build both a 5-point ruin and a 5-point monastery spot, so that he can get 5 points regardless of what he draws. But Mars knew that, and placed the cow over here to eliminate that monastery spot, making sure that Siegfried scores 1 point less than he could have. I mean, of course it doesn't matter, because like Mars is going to lose by like 35, but it just still shows you that attitude, like still trying to be precise until the very end. So that's something that not many players have. Oh, look at this, 34, so I was actually pretty close. So far I fair result between these two extremely high-level players, a tie, and they are headed to a decider. So now it's time to look at the other games. First of all, I need to mark that Claudio has in fact won. So Poissy against King Calodian. Only one tile remaining. We're gonna look at that in a second. And in this position again, it looks like the Czech player has turned around difficult position. At least it seems to be that way on the scoreboard, and maybe more than just the scoreboard. Yeah, I believe he's got it. I have no idea how. But I see red with a bunch of blocked cities, and I think he won the second time. But let's see. The score should be fairly close. Or maybe not so much after this city has been scored. And Poissy is saying thanks for the games plural. So it looks like we have another 2-0 result. Not by much. 9 points. But 9 points are more than enough. So we congratulate the Czech master, Pavel Hudec, I believe, who will be qualifying for the playoffs tomorrow. So 2 decisive results. Now, how is Leo doing against Nahim? By the way, since we are approaching the end of the stream, just need to remind you to maple the like button if you enjoyed this event at least half as much as I did covering it. And in case you're here for the first time, subscribe for much more Carcassonne content like this. I know I could have said that with a bit more enthusiasm, but the time of day is not conducive for loud voices and high-pitched intonations. Wait, how is Nahim doing? Wait, this was still the first game. So the second game, are they playing? And yes, they're playing. Whoa! The second game looks rough. So he won against Leo with a 60-point difference. So they are in fact headed for a decider, which has already started. And it started 17 minutes ago. So these guys will be finishing soon enough. And then I will open Maran's game somewhere in the background. They did say that they want to have a short break before the decider, which was understandable. Yep, opened the wrong thing. Maran's here. No, that's still the previous table. They have indeed started, so let us open the game in the background. Nothing has happened really in this position. Siegfried with a 4-pointer starting player advantage. So Maran, of course, with an early farmer, but this time like it's not getting trapped easily because 3 green squares, a couple of completed cities, like he'll be fine. But yeah, he really persistent in these early farmers. So this one appears to be so interesting that I'm gonna make full screen, and just by the looks of it, the Finnish player is cooking something. Definitely more than the Portuguese player, it appears, because he has the monasteries and he has an extra meeple. But wait, green has a really, really good field. So it appears that we have our good old imbalance, an imbalance which favors green. It appears that the Portuguese player is on the verge of another upset, but it's like really, really close, as we want it to be. So let's see what we have. 3 points on the scoreboard. 3 points for this road, which could even be finished because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 crossroads still available to separate it. So 3 plus 3. Then here's this block square. And this city side of green is 7 points, which is 4 points more than Nahim's side over here. The monasteries are 14 at the moment. 15 at the wait. 14 at the moment. But yeah, let's say 14, right? And also this guy has 2 points over here. Nahim has just got a 6-point field. And green has this main field for 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 completed cities, so 18 points. So that's the imbalance here. And as we can see, 28 points for Leo and 22 for Nahim. He was behind 6 points before that move, but now he is behind way more than that because a 7-point move was just scored by Leonardo here. 4 points for the city and 3 for the field, and also it was a crucial tile that Nahim needed over here. I think this must have been the tile for the game because he needed that dagger to recover one of his monastery meeples so that he could score a little bit more with his extra meeple. Now the thing with those in balance positions, like, I love playing those, especially on the side of the monasteries, but I love playing those in the side of the field as well. Typically the side with the monasteries most of the time has a slight edge in this, just because there's always the equity that comes from the chance of the monasteries being completed and then yellow in this case, or the side with the monasteries being able to reuse those meeples completely. But the problem for the side with the monasteries, and that's like very standard, sort of 2 monasteries against 2 field meeples, is this. Here's the problem. If the side with the fields gets maybe even a slightly greater than usual number of city caps, not even a crazy number of city caps, then what can happen is they just simply develop their field a little bit more than the monasteries are worth, and then because they're 2 meeples combined together, it's not possible for the side with the monasteries to try Hail Mary invasion to equalize the field, because their meeples are in the monastery, they just don't have enough meeples, or even if they have enough meeples, they don't have enough tiles simply left in the game to try an invasion. So in order to get 2 meeples into the field, you need 4 tiles, maybe like one here, or whatever. Yeah, so we need 4 tiles. And that could be not enough. Also know that this city cap by Nahim was dropped in its field, and Leo managed to block it. So I wonder if yellow would have dropped it like this, then green would not have managed to block it, and then yellow would have scored 7 extra points. Now, I don't know all the remaining tiles. Maybe this was actually the correct move, but at least intuitively, and as we see in practice, it appears to be a mistake. Because if you go over here, this city cap looks a bit safer because this square, at least at face value, is harder to fill, and hence it's harder to use this square on the right to restrict the city cap. So extra 7 points is what Nahim would have had. I'm not sure that's not that would have been enough. Actually, it might be, because again, like one of the qualities of this Finnish master is grit. And with this sequence of move, he's trying to set up actually a 9-point field for himself. And he goes for it anyway. So first of all, he restricted the square a little bit towards a curve. And then his plan was to draw a curve himself, to finish a shared road, get a 9-point field, and then not allow his farmer to get eaten up. Nahim gets a dagger tile, just not the kind that he needs for any of these city caps. But it's also an important dagger because he needs to make sure that Leo doesn't get it for his own field. Well, Nahim does get 1 point on his city in the north. Leo with a lovely scoring tile could get either 2 points over here for the road, or just get himself a 6-point ruin straight away. Based on the game situation, I don't think he even needs to be particularly precise. And also, because again, the Rui here is being patriotic and playing with green meeples, I only now noticed that there are actually 3 meeples on this farm, which normally would make the position like even more favorable for yellow actually, because he would have a greater meeple advantage, but in this particular position it's the other way around. It just makes the farm much more impenetrable. I wonder now, like, has this... No, I mean, surely this 9-point farmer must not be enough. Nahim gets him 2 points. Leo with a 0-point move with a monastery doesn't really have many things to do. Also note that it was actually precise from Leo to not take the 2 quick points, but meeple the 6-point ruin, because 6 points was in fact his highest scoring 2-point sequence. Let's see what the score is. It will be a bit closer than we initially expected, because Nahim actually ended up with 15 points on the field himself. But look at this, Leo with more features scored even before the fields are counted. And actually it's not going to be by much, it's going to be by 7 points. Maybe the exact 7 points that would have been gained by Nahim with the city cap turned the other way. But then also, like, it's really not obvious. For example, maybe had he turned the city cap the other way, then Leo could have drawn this here tile and gone over here and just eliminated the city cap. So really a lot of precision was required, and I don't necessarily know if that was... I don't even know if, like, my suggested move is even the best one. Yeah, so a bit really unfortunate for Nahim, as he came quite close in the first qualifier, and now in the second qualifier also very close, just one came away. But I see he's being a good sport about it, so he will not be able to repeat his silver medal achievement from last year. But Leo da Vinci or Rui Costa managed to defeat the highest rated player in the field to be among the top 8. That is quite a feat, so we congratulate Rui and all the Portuguese fans. And Portugal will be represented with 2 players today. Like, there's something with Portugal and the Mind Sports Olympiad. They're one of the 2 countries that has ever won the Mind Sports Olympiad twice, along Latvia, of course. And they will be trying to become the first country to do so 3 times, as will Latvia, of course. So now for final dessert of the evening, because I'm definitely not continuing the stream after this. We gotta watch like a good battle between these classic masters, and it appears to actually finally be a close game. So nobody is getting severely blocked. Unless, although again, like, Maran really, I was going to say that this farmer was going to do okay, and yet somehow it does abysmally. Man, that poor farmer. I mean, it's alright, but like, it will need to grow quite a bit. I'm also curious, why is Siegfried thinking about this? Like, of course you go here for 8 points. So my assumption would be that Siegfried actually is not using his time to think about the move, because obviously you want to place it over here. But, well, I guess maybe there's a bit of debate whether you want to go here for a monastery or for a road. So he's trying to score, he succeeds in doing so, and also these straight lines are incredibly annoying because they limit this field. Like, it's also quite a little bit, I guess, unlucky for black, because if only this tile were a curve, then suddenly you have some more life for your field upstairs, and then you actually get more green squares to develop, because at the moment this is critical. Like, if Siegfried goes here, actually he can do that now. Like, watch this. It's like Siegfried, instead of going here, although I guess you should try building up your city, he could actually just go over here, start a new city, but simply use that straight line to block off the field pretty much completely. And then after that, regardless of which tile is placed here, it will benefit red. If a curve is placed into that square, well, then red blocks his own monastery for 8 points, but he's also blocking black for just 3 points, so that's fantastic. And then also black has a blocked monasteries anyway for 8 points, so that's good for red, like that meeple majority. Because with a farmer that can grow, it's okay, like he can grow, but with a farmer that can't grow, that will be rather abysmal. Or, you know, if a curve is placed here, then suddenly red can even get his meeple back. And then if that farmer develops a little bit, that's not such a big deal. So Siegfried here, with a starting tile, I presume he's not going to go for this, although it's unbelievably tempting. I guess the reason why, as tempting as it is, this is probably not the move, is because red has a 3-point city at the bottom, which can still be developed, and if Maran blocks it, then this blocked meeple will be equalizing this blocked meeple, then this blocked monastery potentially will be equalizing this blocked monastery, and at least when it comes to meeple count, the situation is equal, and Maran is doing just fine. Now if you threaten the completion of that city, and if we manage to get that guy out of trouble, now that would be something. But since both of these squares are threatened, and a significant number of city plus road tiles have gone out, I think one thing that Siegfried is calculating, first of all, is it even worth bothering with this city? Because the last thing that you want to be happening is you spend such a valuable tile on one square, and then the other square gets blocked. So like, if you're going to spend a tile on one of these squares, then you better have a good chance that the other square is not getting blocked. And Siegfried decides that this city is worth pursuing. In this case, I agree with him. Even if he is to lose this city, at least Mars could be likely to spend some valuable tiles on trying to block, although he finds quite a useless tile to be able to continue that block, so there is a critical situation. There are not many blocking tiles available, so for most of the scenarios, the city will be restricted to a 75%er. The only tile that could block the city completely is the last remaining horse. And if, for example, Maran gets the last remaining horse, he places over here, limiting this square towards another horse, which is no longer in the deck because 2 out of 3 are out. But it's a rather slim chance. But so far, it's now a great turn of events for Maran because he gets, well, first of all, he gets a horse and he can do exactly that. Oh, look at this. So Maran's going to take the horse, and I have no doubt he's going to take it over here, turn it, committing this square to a horse, making sure that this meeple is trapped, and so are these two guys. And so is everything. I mean, of course, he will be making it so that Red City will become a ruin and can expand a little bit. So Red should be okay with that, and Mars will not be using this tile as a scoring tile himself, like he can't take 2 points and so on. So it is a bit of a price, but it's better to sacrifice 2 points and give your opponent the ruin expansion potential than just have Siegfried draw one of the main remaining city caps and get a 12-point city. Like, that would be unacceptable from Mars's perspective. But that's an interesting move. I mean, so he was, of course, not debating the decision to do that. He was deciding whether it's worth to actually turn this tile like this or like that. And that's an interesting decision. I actually quite like it. I didn't see this move at first, but it's really, really deep. So it's a double-edged situation. Like, if you turn this inwards, then you're connecting these two meeples together, the two blocked meeples of Red. In the meantime, by the way, Red proceeds with a blocking idea, so Mars's farmer is, for the 3rd game in a row, trapped completely in box in a small number of points. Like, this is hilarious. I mean, in the meantime, of course, Mars with a great sequence, like a 6-point road and a block of the monastery. This is just to keep him alive, but overall, of course, the situation is advantageous for Siegfried. Here's why. Blocked monastery equals blocked monastery. Blocked farmer equals blocked city, but blocked city has more points and a potential to expand. And the potential to expand is something that I want to talk about a little bit more. So my intuition told me at first that I want to be turning this tile with the road tile to the left. And the reason is that because I want to keep the two meeples separate. Here's why. If I keep the two meeples separate, then I kind of make my win condition a bit more flexible for the future. Because let's say if Red decides to develop the ruin by a couple more points, then I, if necessary, can still invade that ruin on my last turn to share those 8 or 9 points or whatever. This is now impossible. So then Mars will need to win with other ways. And maybe if he gets some good tiles, he can develop this ruin in such a way that's just shameless and cannot be invaded. So normally, these sort of moves would need to be avoided. But the reason why in this case this move is so good is the fact that most of city development tiles, look at all these big tiles, have gone out. And a lot of Doritos have gone out, in fact. So in fact, there are no triple city tiles at all. So this means that Siegfried will only be able to add like just 1 Dorito, maybe 2 Doritos, and Mars is trying to block that anyway. And so the main city expansion tiles were these guys. There are 2 of those were remaining, and look at the Siegfried drew now. And Mars counted all that. So had he turned this tile the other way, Siegfried would be adding 2 points to himself. And maybe 2 points more, and a couple more. But now, he's essentially forced to discard this tile, because in a board like this, it would be too dangerous to use a tile with 2 unfilled edges to start a new city. And even if some of y'all might think that it's not too dangerous, I know Siegfried's tile very well. It is very solid. It is more conservative than the majority of top-level players. And he will just be thinking about where exactly to discard this tile, or maybe can he discard it in such a way that also shapes the board to his liking. Maybe he's thinking of like going over here, for example, and trying to create a platform to put some pressure against against Black's monastery. But instead he decides to thoroughly discard it, which also tells us that he's confident enough in his position that he wants to, that he's okay spending a move not really doing much with a tile that does not allow much, as long as he doesn't accidentally do anything bad. Because let's say if you leave the tile over here, which could have been the move for many players, then suddenly maybe Maran can actually get something like this and then get away with an 8-point city. Instead, Marian's going to have himself a 4-point city, in all likelihood. And finally, whilst Siegfried is thinking what to do with the city cap, although my guess is he starts the city at the bottom and puts pressure against Marian's city meeple, it's time to check the chat. Hi, Ian. Hi, Nahim. My commiserations. Saying Leo is on fire. We sadly didn't see a lot of your games, but I seen one of Leo's championship games, Champions League games, and this he played on a really, really high level. Well, I wouldn't quite call this time format infinite time, but yes, if you use your 45-second increment right, this is also something for our newer viewers. I forgot to say that in this format, it's not 15 minutes per game, it is 45 seconds per turn, and then your time bank keeps replenished until you get 3 minutes. So if you consistently spend 45 seconds per turn, and given the fact that there are 35 or 36 turns for you, this means that's over 20 minutes you can spend without running your clock. But the difference from like the Swiss tournament stage, the one that occupied most of the stream, is the fact that a loss on time is considered an actual loss by the organizers, even by 1 second. Right, so Siegfried did make my predicted move, and Maran, of course, needs to try and save his bacon here. Of course, he's going to curve the city to the bottom, because there's still many city plus field tiles available for him to finish his city. And of course, he doesn't want to go over here, because then Siegfried's going to get another Dorito and curve him into the blocked square of the ruin. So not something that's the Romanian wants happening. Oh yes, so I needed to update that Leo da Vinci is the one who qualifies. And then that's it. Then the scoreboard is up to date. So it is either Siegfried or Mars. But both would be a formidable opponent against Helga. This is also pretty interesting. So Helga won the tournament, right? That's why they get to sit out the first round and wait until the 8th and 9th place battle it out. And 8th and 9th place are these guys. Like, probably if I just look at all the 9 players, then the strong is the most experienced one. As lovely as we've seen some performances today, I would say are Siegfried, Mars 15, and Nahim. Now, Nahim was already eliminated just now. Siegfried and Mars 15, quite unlucky to be facing each other. But I think also, like, for Helga, again, like, as brilliant as there were performances, if I'm Helga, like, or if I'm me even, if I have a choice between, let's say, potential 9 opponents from these, like, these are the last 2 guys I want to be facing. And then sort of like your reward for your first place is to having to basically, like, face probably the most difficult opponents in this field that you could be facing. But yeah, sometimes the tournaments work like this. You really can't predict necessarily who you're going to get as an opponent. And also, like, if you're Helga, or if you're anybody else for that matter who's like really treating this tournament seriously, there really shouldn't be a particular opponent whom you should be afraid of. You should just be be ready to play against anybody. Like, I don't care how many world championship titles you'll have. Like, we have all the same 72 tiles to deal with right here, right now. Interesting turn of events. For the first time in this game, Maran is actually ahead. He also takes some more quick points, but Siegfried is very close to finishing his city, and he succeeds in doing so. Maran is still ahead on the scoreboard, but Siegfried has way more points on the board. Actually, no, not way more, a little more. But he has an extra meeple. Woo! Ooh, risky. He must have calculated this. Oh, he must, but he's gonna get blocked. Or semi-blocked. Blocked. Oh, look at this. Actually, I still like Siegfried's move. Because see what Maran has? Had Siegfried left this city cap empty, Maran would have gone over here and taken an 8-point city himself. Now, of course, Maran is going to try and block, but first of all, any block that's going to occur is actually not a 100% block, because there's still multiple splitters available. If you go over here, which is an intuitive move, because it sort of ties this meeple to this extender, and then it is tied to this square, and that square is blocked. This is like, if I were playing Blitz, I would have sort of moved there automatically, but the reason why Maran has not yet done so is because both city splitters are still in the deck, so it's actually possible for Siegfried to get a splitter and finish a city. But the reason why Maran hasn't gone the other way, like this, is because there's still one horizontal splitter, and he has gone like this now, and the only reason that works, and that is better, because there's now only one tile that fits into the square, compared to 2 had Maran done the other placement. Note that all 3 extenders are out, so there's only one tile that fits into this square, and chances are that before Siegfried draws it, Maran will be able to fully block the square by placing a straight line or so. So was this a mistake from Siegfried's part to place a meeple over here? Well, no, because what is worse, losing a meeple or losing an 8-point city? I would argue that losing an 8-point city would be pretty bad. And that's because the board is super dry. A meeple is worth way less than 8 points. Because, like, if you think about it, where exactly are you going to score 8 points? The best that I can see is this 7-point road over here. Like, that's what you can score with the meeple. And even that is not guaranteed to stay open until the end of the game. Siegfried is starting a new city. That's brilliant. Mars now with a tricky decision. He actually needs to figure out how his position is. So it's a scoring tile, like it's a city cap. He decides that doesn't matter, like he needs to block the square, but it's not an obvious decision. So of course you want to be blocking it, but you want to also try to be more efficient. Maybe you place this tile in the monastery first, trying to hope for a city cap, and then you block the square later. And the reason why this might be the case, and look at Siegfried, that's actually a lovely move. So basically it takes out that 7-point road so that nobody can meeple it anymore. Yeah, so then if Mars decides that his position is too bad, then he can decide to gamble and just hope to draw the splitter so that he doesn't have to block and build up at the top. But I think the position is not too bad. It's actually super close. So that's why taking out that 50% opportunity to basically win the game on the spot is something that you want to do. And look at this, Siegfried actually got himself the splitter. And now there's a city cap open here, and Maran does not get a city cap. So really not all that much that he can do with this curve. He could have considered going for this road, but of course this road has been taken out. Instead he just takes 1 monastery point. Siegfried with an easy 4-pointer. Easiest decision ever. And now we're gonna see all the splitters. So Maran is gonna get a splitter, go over here, drop a 6-point farmer, I have no doubt. Or maybe I have some doubt, I don't know, because this is the end game, and he has all his 3-minute time bank. He can actually think about this one. Because this is not about, at this point, this is not about positional principles. It is simply about you go here, I go here, who wins. So a 6-point farmer has been scored, and he has gotten a bit of an advantage here as a result. Now, there are multiple 6-point farms available. Siegfried has 2 meeples, Maran has 1. So probably Siegfried's going to claim 2 farms, and Maran's going to take 1 farm. No, in case something very, very unusual happens. And we're going to see a very, very close result. I haven't quite counted up the points, but I'm thinking, what could Siegfried's move be? It's, again, very not obvious. So you could occupy this farm and drop the city cap in the air, but then Mars maybe could join this farm somehow. I'm not sure if the points are still, I'm not sure if that's possible. I don't think it is. Or maybe you occupy, oh, there was a 4-point road and Siegfried decided to do that. Yeah, of course, that makes a lot of sense. And then on his last move, he will be able to do something like this. And look at this, Maran was ready to score for the road himself. Yeah, this is again one of those situations that Maran pre-built this 4-point road whilst Siegfried was without meeples. And then again, like just in that previous game, like Helga against Statmat, the side with no meeple gets a meeple back and then they take advantage of that feature. But this also means that, I mean, Siegfried also had a good move. Like, he could have actually gone here and dropped a farmer, and then if he were to get a city cap, he would score even more than this 4-point road. So maybe that was all just bait and a trap. Now, Maran probably looking to go here for a 6-point farm. And then he can hope for the city cap as his last tile for the splitter, for example, and then he can like get 9 points as a total of 2 moves. So he can complete an empty city, and that would add 3 points to his farm. And then from Siegfried's perspective, while we won't be scoring any quick points, Siegfried's probably on most draws just takes 2 farms. And I think what Mars is thinking, like, is there any possible way how he could choose a different farm but maybe shape the board in such a way that would, okay, that's interesting. So instead he chooses to take just 1 point for the monastery with the plan of just meepling one of these farms with the last tile. So this tells me that he thinks that he does not need 3 points extra in order to win, that he needs just 1. Is that really the case? I'm not sure. Because so he's going to be, so basically Black decided to take guaranteed 7 points as his last couple move sequence, instead of hoping for 9 points with a 33% chance. And I'm saying 33 because in fact the splitter is the last remaining city cap. Wait, it's not. There's a vanilla. Okay, so this means even more. So he prefers to have a guaranteed 7-point sequence instead of a 2 in 3 chance of a 9-point sequence. Well, we're going to find out soon enough if it's justified, because I don't want to count the points. And Siegfried, I guess, is thinking, is there any possible way how he could maybe deny some fields to Mars? He drops a farmer, Mars with a city cap, so we know he would have scored 9. Oh, but he's going to get 8. He's going to get 8. I think it's a miss from Siegfried. He should have meepled this farm. Because now, Maran can get himself a 6-point field and an extra monastery point. And had Siegfried meeple this farm instead, he would have gotten 1 point extra because he would not have allowed this monastery point for Maran. So 1 point imprecision from the Hungarian player. I mean, admittedly, it is very, very late. It is almost 3 a.m. in Hungary. GG is what the players are saying, so it's going to be decided by just a couple of points. So Maran going for the 8-point sequence instead of 9, but with a better probability. Let's see if that pays off. And Siegfried just losing 1 point there. It's a very, very tense game indeed. Wait, so 1 point for... Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. I believe those small things do end up mattering. Siegfried wins by 1 point. Oh no! Oh no, Maran! Oh, Maran missed a win! So then instead of going for the guaranteed 7 points, or 8 points in his case, so he got 8 points, right? He got 1, 6, and 1 for the monastery. He could have gone over here. And then with the new city cap, got himself 3 more points. And then the game would have been tied, because Siegfried can still, he can just score 2 fields. Like, Siegfried is scoring 12 on his last turn, no matter what. So maybe Maran either miscounting points, and because like the only reason why I make this move is because you think that this is guarantees you the win. Because there's no way that Mars doesn't actually see that idea. Of course he does. He just chose against it. Probably miscounting the result by a point. Maybe he would be thinking that he's winning. I think I know why. If I am a player in this position, and if I make accounting mistakes, like when I see a blocked monastery, I automatically assume it's 8. And my guess was going to be that Maran forgot that it was actually still 7, because this square was not yet filled. And so he was thinking that he's guaranteeing himself a tie, although actually that would not guarantee himself a tie with more precise play. So Siegfried could have gotten himself 1 extra point, or rather prevented Mars from getting 1 more point. But this could be one of these possibilities. Another one, and also very, very easy thing to miss, maybe Maran forgot either this 1 point meeple of Siegfried or this 1 point meeple of Siegfried over here, or both. So I presume it has to be a point miscount, which you would say is unexpected from the players of this caliber, but I need to remind you that these players have been playing since 9 a.m. today. Everybody played 7 games in the first qualifier, then 7 games in the second, and now this. It's just so much to deal with. And you know what's even more to deal with? So this, of course, is quite heartbreaking for Maran, although I'm pretty sure that his many titles, including the 2022 Mind Sports Olympiad gold medal and the 2019 World Championship, will surely help him sleep at night. But Siegfried now, for him, the things are not over. It's 3 a.m. in Hungary, and he's now about to play 1 more 2-hour match against Helga. And I wonder if they decide to just postpone the match until morning. That actually would be very, very nice. In any case, I will not be able to show you that much. So just make your guesses who's going to win. And we're going to finish the day by knowing 7 out of 8 of our finalists. We're going to do like a bit of a wrap up. Hi, Stephen Chang. Craft Giraffe is saying that the Belgian online championship was 22.5 minutes per player, but it wasn't enough. I like that this is the case. I like longer time formats because they allow for better games. Like this one, for example, look at the depth, like at the strategic depth. It's lovely, lovely stuff. Hi Vladimir, commiserations earlier on your losses, but still congratulations for getting that far. Sadly, we didn't really catch much, except for the final moments. So, I just want to check the tournament Discord to see if the match between Helga and Siegfried is actually happening today or not. So I just see in the tournament Discords different congratulations and commiserations. Oh, also an interesting fact is pointing out. So now we see, by the way, I'm going to change in the scoreboard that Helga is about to play against Siegfried, which I really hope is not going to happen today, but I think it is about to happen right now. And I just got news that this is exactly the matchup that happened last year. Now, Helga did make it the top 8, so this indicates that they won last year, but apparently the arrangement was the same. They were meeting in the mini playoff of the evening qualifier, and Helga won the first time. Let's see if they managed to win again or not. In Sweden, it should be a bit later than Hungary. Also, I've been confusing the time. In Hungary, it's now only 2 a.m., so of course that's no big deal. Oh, but in Sweden, it's also 2 a.m., huh? So I guess that's equal. So everything is fair. Well, anyway, I'm gonna let the players sort out in the Discord these things in the Discord. Let me just go again through the finalists for tomorrow. So from the first qualifier, Prix of Portugal, that's Hugo Pereira, a multi-board game specialist who also plays in many Mind Sports Olympiad events, not just Carcassonne, with some success. Bluestay of Croatia, that is Zvonimir Vlajic, the Croatian master who recruited and trained a lot of players, and as we saw, there almost was one other Croatian in this mini playoff. He just lost to the Spaniard. Wise Maze of Germany, a very strong German master who has been playing for the German WTCOC or World Team Carcassonne Online Championship team. Then there is yours truly, and despite my tiredness, I still have a lot of excitement about tomorrow. And from the second qualifier, we have Rui Costa of Portugal with a screen name Leo Da Vinci, Claudio Jorquera of Chile, Pavel Hurec of Czech Republic with a screen name Posse, and we, or y'all rather, if you want to just stay and watch the game on Board Game Arena, are going to find out whether Helga from Sweden or Siegfried from Hungary are going to complete the top 8. As for the playoff day tomorrow, I'm not going to stream it, I'm not going to record it, but I'm planning to do some recap videos to get some playoff content going. But in any case, hopefully that's... I mean, it's been 5 hours, hopefully it's enough Carcassonne to fill any Carcassonne cravings. For the time being. Hi Matt Tucker. Hi Napai. Oh, I appreciate that y'all are still watching. And thank you. Yes, I will try and have the best of luck tomorrow. I will try to pull all those monasteries from the deck. all those daggers, all those city splitters, and that good stuff. Because that's what I'm gonna need against those guys. All right. Good luck, Joseph. Good luck, Helga. And then that's gonna be it for now. Thank you all so much.